Hello, everybody! It's a quiet Monday today. It's a bit eepy for me. It's very dreary today. That's okay. Hello! Today we're gonna be doing, kind of the old stuff now, at the very least. We're gonna be doing a bit of, video scripting, maybe some editing if the commission gets paid for today. And then hopefully some art, I think is my plan. But other than that, we'll probably maybe play some Minecraft today. I was playing some Minecraft yesterday and I was like, oh, I miss playing Minecraft. World of Tanks 2.0? What the fuck does this mean? What is the World of Tanks 2? What? What is the World of Tanks 2? 2? Why is there a second one? What does it mean that there's a second one? Never getting For Honor. I have For Honor on my EA, my Ubisoft account. Never doing that again. Yeah, I want to do Kleka, actually. I don't think I've done a video on Kleka. My reaction. I said it in pixels because I was like, whoa, what? A second one? So I didn't think that there was a second one. I think I'll use this one. After a meal, hey, that bump was shaped like a deer. DUI, now how about you die? Hi, Pixels! Look at my face tracking. My face tracking is like so good right now, it's popping. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Vaporwave Axolotl, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Hello. But like, look, my face tracking so good right now. Look at this. It's liking me using the face tracking and the tracking the way that the tracking is supposed to track. Oh, I forgot. I can't wear my cardigan with this. Did I write that down in my notes? I don't know if I wrote that down in my rigging notes. Ah, yes, blah, 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 blah. But World of Tanks 2, huh? I wonder if it's like a separate game or like a big ol' update. Recent. Who have boxes down? You're already gone. That's this one. Cardigan. The sweater doesn't work with the arm. The pen arm. Probably just less of a 2 and a 2.0. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Cause I'm like, damn. I feel like they're like, while their player base is rather like niche, I feel like they don't need to revamp their game. But if it's a big update, very fair. I need to check something. Is BZ streaming today? It's not really the thing I was planning to check. I just wanted to see if they are. It's a bad sick day for BZ. I'm sorry, you're sick. It's a very large and money-making game, but not as big in the US, but it's still kind of shit. That's valid. I just didn't think it warranted. Like, they're not popular enough, nor big enough, in my opinion, to warrant a complete 2.0, or like a complete 2. So that's why I was like, what? That's why I showed it to you, because I was like, huh? Because it was like literally the first thing that showed up on my Steam. I was like, why? Why? There, yeah. Oh, I have to add. Oh shit, hold on. I can't let Sim's gift go to waste. He gave me Path of Exile 2 key. Oh, do I have to redeem it in the shop? Oh shit. Okay, I'll redeem it later. It's not in Steam. It looks like, I think. It looks like I have to go redeem it elsewhere. Which is fine. Oh, that's Russian. Oh. No, I'm sad. I was thinking of something, but now I forgot. Oh, I remember what it was. Was it the cardigan that we needed? I think it is. Oh, hey there. How we doing today? Hi, Canadian. Hello. Random thought, I was cleaning up some stuff on my desk and I found a list of old limericks from like 3 or 4 years ago, and this shit is wild. Yeah, how wild? On the cardigan sleeves. I want stream avatars today. I gotta overlay assets. Nope. I'm on my way. BLT can go. Oops, not me. Some of them I wrote, but the first few were copied as a reference. That's valid. I want you to go today. You go over there today. Oops. I'm gonna go. I want my stream. Well, maybe not. Maybe it'll be a little bit too much today. Yeah, maybe we'll just keep it like this. Wait, what was that? A big update? What was a big update for? Was it a big update for Cash Cleaning Simulator? The big wash update. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I want to listen to this song right now. They live up to the tardy nature of the limerick. What does tardy mean? But I'm glad that they live up to it. It must give you a good chuckle. Good chuckle. This one. Mahatma Gandhi and Mother Teresa. I'm kind of freaky in a bed, handsome visa. Let her go. Tawdry. Define tawdry. Towdry? That means nothing. Okay, hold on. I gotta look up in a second. Oh, alright. Did that wrong. I did in the shower. Oh. That should be our word of the day. Word of the day. Tawdry. That's not the thing, is it? Oh, fuck. What is the thing? Oh, it's daily word, isn't it? There you go. You animal. Ha! Wife says she loves you. Yeah, she says she loves me. A good break in 5 minutes. Vex delivered me love from you. Goodbye. I love you. You're so cute. Thank you, Vex. I'm just gonna do a little shout out real quick. Mermaid. So I think this one I copied and changed the name out to be D&D like. How are you doing today? I'm good. I'm kind of sleepy, but I'm pretty good. How are you doing today, Vex? Come look at the Oh my god! That's crazy, Pixels. The straight up just says dick. TBH, pretty crappy. I got a sore throat, but I'm drinking tea and lots of water. Oh, I'm so sorry, Vex. I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry. Well, we can just vibe today. We can be low energy vibing, not too much screaming. Hopefully, you know? There was once a great owner for VR who spent all his coins. Oh my god, his poor Pinor. Hey, poor Pinor. On the floor. Hey, poor Pinor. I don't know how long it's been. Oh my. I can't seem to find my brain. It is zoomed in. Ooh, they have a live action trailer? I want that. My way back home. I'm updating. But as per tradition, the best food is always around when you've got a sore throat. So I pushed through the pain for that BBQ in the dining hall. Ooh, I hope it tasted good. I hope it was yum. Hope it was yum yum yum. I'm sure that you had the belly is full of yummies. You will rest, and we can just hang out and just have a good time. No reason every day gotta be. It was good for dining hall. That's very valid. I mean, what can you expect from probably an underpaid kitchen? But at least you got some good food. Having decent food is better than having bad food, in my opinion. So you give and you take. I'm also trying a new advancedgg today. I put how much I should have put, but it's too sweet for my personal taste. So 100%, it wasn't bad at all. That's good. But I'm trying the mango dragon fruit hydration one today. And it's not bad. It's just very sweet. I usually put it in half. I do I do microwave some hot dogs and have hot dogs for because or heat up some chicken finger. Oh, chicken fingers sound good. And you know what? Ain't nothing wrong with heating up a little bit of microwave hot dogs. Sometimes that's just how you gotta do. That sounds yummy. It is. It's pretty good. It's a bit sweet for my taste, but you know, we do what we gotta do. Everybody leaves. But in my delay, I'm navigating. I'm trying to see. I like to keep my downloads folder pretty, like, clean. I'm gonna have to put these two images, though, on the fan art UVC, on the UVs. Just so that way I can move them, and that way I make sure that they're gonna be in the scene. Revisited. Texture. Poster, this one. I think I might have to redo this one, to be honest. File. What size is this? It's 4096. I don't micro because I know it would. It would let me overspend on bullshit. So the only hot stuff I get in my room is ramen and tea. That's valid. Oftentimes, depending on the my brain is thinking, depending on how old the dormitory is, they also may not let you have microwaves in general. This depends on how they do the electricity there. Are these all locked or something? Also, big announcement. Not really, though, to be fair. Not crazy big. But big enough that maybe I should talk about it. Starting this Saturday, if I don't have anything that I want to watch, movie-wise, we will be watching One Piece. So, Just putting that out there that we'll be watching One Piece from the beginning, 2 to 3 episodes every weekend, unless I want to watch a movie more. Most dorms don't allow mattresses because it's a fire hazard. Yeah. I remember, there was a guy in college that fucking, he shot the building's power because he brought a hot plate. It was built in 2018, so the power isn't a huge issue. It's just not open flames. That's valid. Also wanted to draw today, get some practice in, but I got super distracted with World of Warcraft stuff. Cool. That's okay. The nice thing about art is art's never gonna go anywhere. And the fact that, you know, you just do it when it feels good for you, you know? You don't gotta do it all the time. Want me. I really just want to play Minecraft today, I'm gonna be honest. But there's other stuff I have to do. I am procrastinating a little bit. That is okay, because this is important too, in my opinion. The figment of the world. Yeah. I see plenty of stupid metal in microwave or someone burning popcorn. Listen, just cause one time I was eepy and I was confused and worried about pixels and I forgot the spoon in the soup doesn't mean I'm not open today. I tried my best. I did do that once though. I did forget spoon in a bowl of soup. And then it started sparking and then I was like, maybe that's not supposed to happen. Everyone has put metal in the nuclear ones. I put a pot pie in the tin. See, I think that's a bit more valid too, because like it's in the tin. You normally take it out of the tin. I burnt my fucking pot pie. No. I mean, that's valid though. That makes sense though. Then it will get burnt. I've never put metal. I'm an anomaly. You have always been an anomaly, though, Devouring, to be fair. You are, in my opinion, a definition of an anomaly. So. But I like anomalies. Anomalies are cool. I'm gonna have to redo the UVs for all of these, and it makes me cry, but that's okay. They're already placed. They would just have to be removed again. Isn't that big of a deal. I'm gonna pull up to your place like it's a party and I don't know the if you are mine, left me lonely. I'm gonna make this a horizontal one. What I was looking for till I found her. That's how you get shot in Texas is crazy. I mean, that is valid though. That does sound like something like you would get shot for in Texas. That makes sense. I found her. I want the water deep ones to like stay in a corner. Never leave my side. I find the illusion. I'm afraid of living inside. Finally done. What do you mean? It was just a dream. Hold me tight. Hello, Wacky. Thank you for the bonkus. I ain't been shot at yet, so I never will. I've had a. Oh my god, Vex, that is very scary. That is very scary. That's wild. I hope you were okay. Oh my god, that is very scary. Okay. Hi, Teeny. Hello, friend. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I have had a good night. Played D&D and needed a drunk dude in the street who was yelling at me. Good job. Good job. Good job, Wacky. I'm just organizing some of my art that I've gotten and memes that y'all have made me for my 3D scene, so I can put them in there. Wait, what? Wait, what? I was say that again. Which part? Which part do you want me to say again? I was more pissed than scared. You played D&D. What? Wacky played D&D and yeeted a drunk dude in the street who was yelling at him. Apparently, which I am proud of him. Cause fuck mean people. I was more pissed than scared because my dad flagged me while we were shooting. Huh? Do I have any more memes? I do. I have one more meme. I can put these in here now. Wait. No, they go in my stream memories folder. They go in my fan art folder. Oh, I don't have this one. I have to put this one somewhere too. Flagging someone is pointing a gun at them when you're not having a shootout. Huh. Huh. Did you at least feel like a cowboy? Had no shirt on and tried to slam his belly into me. Ew. I was well within my right to shove him while his girlfriend screamed at the taxi driver who wouldn't let them in. If I was a taxi driver, I would also not let them in. I'd be like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Ew. Stinky poo-poo. But like, on God, I'm glad that you're okay, and I'm glad you were able to deal with it, because I would freak the fuck out in all honesty. That one's on the fridge. Thank you for the song request. He just wasn't paying attention to where he was pointing at. Still, that's so dangerous. It scares the shit out of me. I would have pissed my pants. I would have pissed my pants. I just kind of want to make these the same height as this. And then, do I have any other memes? These are video memes. Yes, I did turn some of them off. Run on, baby, run up. Oh yeah, we were done for the day after that. I never yelled at someone so much. No, that's valid. I would've chewed their shit out, bro. Lord, I'm so tired. I've been sick since Saturday. Oh gosh, baby through an eye. Oh my god, and an eye infection. Oh my god, Teeny, please get rest. Please get rest. I don't want you getting any more sick than you already are. Oh my god, I hope you're okay. If you need anything from us, you know, always feel free to let me know. I'm always here for you. And I hope you feel better soon. So many people have been getting sick lately. And I'm presuming it's because the, you know, the changing of seasons and all that, but guys make me a little worried. Everybody getting so sick. Beezy's been sick for a while. Teeny's sick now. Vex is a little sicky. Kiwi was sick, I think, the other week as well. He had a sore throat. Review to Melon who's aiming at you. I took the gun from him. It's also that school. Yeah, that's valid. School is starting up. More people are kind of getting in contact with one another. This is true. This is true. You piss on the sofa and say, Father, this is my house. I, on God, do it. That's a power stance and a half. Probably the season changes, but I called my local health clinic and they say a lot of people are getting super sick with a lot of the same COVID viruses. Maybe it's another wave. Another wave of the sickness. Here's another one from Oso. Hi, Rhino. Welcome on in. Well, I'm off to sleep. Peace. Good night. It's like in 2021. That's valid. That's a while ago, huh? Welcome in, Rhino. Oh God, please, I don't have COVID again. Valid. I hope you don't have COVID either. Memes. Rhino, I have news for you. We're gonna start watching One Piece in the Discord on the weekends. Hi. Yeah, are you okay? Yeah, no problem. I'm fine. Thank you for the kindness, maincoow. You're too kind. I'd love to hang out and chat more when I'm better. Yes. Please get rest first. Take care of yourself. I'm not going anywhere for a bona fide fact, so feel free to take care of yourself. Your health is most important to me. I'm caught up on the dub stuff for One Piece, but not all the episodes yet. That's fine. We're starting. We're starting from the beginning, Pookie. Don't you worry. You kind. Much love, man. Much love, Teeny. We love you. Get rest. But yeah, no, we're gonna be starting with we're gonna be starting with the first episodes. The beginning, the beninging, yeah, the beninging. We will be starting from the beninging. The beninging. I'm very excited. Kind of. I'm a little worried because it's gonna be a lot. But I'm still we'll be looking and laying down trying to get a little nap. Thank you again for your kind words. Of course, Teeny. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for the lurk. I think this was gifted. Fan art. Gifted. Oh my god! Thank you for gifting subbies. It means a lot. Now go eat, you silly goober. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Means the world to me. You know what that means? Ellen gonna keep chugging and doing what she be doing. Baby, I know that guy. Yeah, they followed me earlier. I think when I initially started stream. It's good, but you gotta power through some of the low points for sure. Also, we're skipping some recap episode for the sake of time. Yeah. I'll be watching them in the Discord, so if you ever want to hop in and hang out and stuff, like, feel free to. Cause I'll just be in there watching it. Nobody shows up though. I'll probably just skip that week. Cause I don't want to watch it without you guys. Specifically Kiwi, because Kiwi is the one that was like, I want to make you watch it. Oh my god, I needed that tea. I feel so much better now. Yay! I'm glad. I have made a contract never to watch One Piece because if I got started, I have to watch all of it. No, that's valid. I just think it might be a nice thing to do in between watching movies, because sometimes I don't have the mental capacity to watch a whole movie, but I could put on some anime in the background and we can talk about it, kind of thing, you know. That's at least where my brain goes with it. Ugh. Nom. Did I download all the Kleka videos? I need one more. We have the announcement trailer. We have the live action. Oh no, this goes in my serotonin folder. I make a sound. Copacetic gate my own impression. Oh man. I bet how we're getting into the last episode of a show or last level game and then never finishing it. Same. Oh my god. That's how I am with Hollow Knight. I never finished Hollow Knight because of that. Sometimes it feels better to never finish things because then it doesn't feel like it's over. That's true. That's also why I haven't finished Adventure Time. I've watched Adventure Time like 5 times, but I've never finished it. Also, welcome in, Rainer. Thank you for the cheek pop. It goes from below. Live action. I think this one, the Flesh Mine on Day, is the only one we don't have. Oh, this one's in the down, that's right. Okay, so let's change cover, upload image, this one. This one, script still needs writing. Script, save, edit, label, script. I also should put, media assets. Media assets. But we have the media assets for this, we just need to write the script for it. More, and then we gotta do vibe and shine. I'm already here though, so I should probably get the Kletka stuff. Thank you for the hype train TV. Thank you. Cordially for this and deeper Kletka is a I do like this sentence. I'm just going to rearrange it a little bit. You'll find another pair, baby, you're not a star. Not this time. Oh, this is the roadmap. Most dangerous criminals are convicted and sent to Kletka. Your sentence. Let's descend. Ooh. Deeper. Co-op. Working. I like the font that they use for this. Beat the elevator, explore deadly floors, and descend deeper. Kletka is a co-op horror game about going down in an elevator that is trying to eat you. The most dangerous criminals are convicted and sent to Kletka. Your sense is to descend. Yeah, I think I would do this one next. Feed the elevator, explore deadly floors, and descend deeper. Kletka is a co-op horror game about going down in an elevator that is trying to eat you. Your sentence is to descend into the depths of the Giga structure while maintaining a living and hungry elevator. Never forget to feed it if you don't want to end up being eaten alive. Kletka is omnivorous. Be ready to feed it both fuel and flesh. And then I liked form a team of up to 6 people and descend in the elevator. Friends tend to survive when they work together, but friends also make for good fuel. Kletka is currently out now in early access. Kletka is currently out on Steam in early access. Early access. Oh, good lord, I didn't mix that enough. That was all honey at the bottom. Oh! Hopefully it tasted okay, even though it was a lot of honey. What kind of tea was it, Beck? Semen early access, with regular. It was mint green tea with wildflower honey, pretty good stuff. That is good stuff. Because, like, sometimes honey can be very overpowering, but at the same time, sometimes it's just kind of nice. I've also been having the hiccups a lot recently for some reason. Doesn't like wildflower honey. She says it's way too flowery. That's valid. Some things can be too herbal for people's taste, but I quite like the herbal flavors. Oh my god, I have the hiccups. I'm a slut for flower stuff. Me too. Your sentence is to descend into the depths of the getting a living and hungry elevator. Never forget to feed it if you don't want to end up being eaten alive. Klecka is omnivorous. Be ready to feed fuel and flesh. First deep into the survive. The what was it called? Terrifying phenomena. The sandwich bar. I was going to make meat out of my I was going to make my meat out of wildflower honey, but my bestie is allergic to life essence, so I wanted to err on the side of caution because she is going to drink some of this meat in the New Year's. Yeah, that's very nice. You to be very considerate about that. My all-time fave tea is green tea with rose petals. Oh, that sounds so fancy! That sounds delicious. Ooh, I want some. Let's all just have a tea party. Klecka is currently out on Steam and early access for 2. Oh. 44. Super fancy. It was $20 for 2 ounces of loose leaf. That's actually not that bad. That's actually pretty good. That actually sounds really good. I am having the hiccups and it's pissing me off. I hate having the hiccups. What was your amazing idea? Oh, I gotta rehold my breath. Co-op slop. An alcohol made of maple syrup. That sounds really good. Is that not a thing? I feel like I've heard of maple syrup, like whiskey, I think. It would fuck so hard. I agree. I'm not really one for alcohol, but I feel like that would at least be a good idea. Keeps me on my toes. How many hashtags? Co-op horror. Okay. Horror. Co-op. Okie dokie. September 8th to the... Oops. I just minimized everything on my computer. It would be insane expensive, like $15 in cost for one bottle, so that would be $40 for the consumer after everyone takes their cut. Damn! But hey, it'd be some classy shit, you know? It'd be some classy shit. So I think it'd be worth it. I'd 1000% buy a bottle. Yeah, it'd be some fancy shit, but I think it'd be good. I want to do this raccoon. I'm so proud of it. Oh, yes, yes. I think it'd be a good mix of like something that's like somewhat like light and like sweet, but also very what do you call it? Why's my phone buzzing? I have a spam call. But also very like could be very savory. Cause like you know how like with whiskeys you'd savor it. I feel like it would be kind of like that. I have the hiccups and it's pissing me off. This one, I want to do 2 of them. I want this one at the end. This one first. I think in this one. Yeah. I'd probably serve it in a flight with some blueberry and raspberry. Yes! Oh my god! It could be like the breakfast, a breakfast like flight called the breakfast flight. I think that'd be pretty cool. The breakfast delight flight. Make it rhyme. Well, that would be pretty good. I think you got a side hustle going on now. Got a side hustle going on now. This one's 6 seconds. It's only 6 seconds. I might pick a different one if that's the case. I can't download this one. Okay, BRB, I'm gonna go buy a moonshine again. Sounds good, Vexed. Let me know how that goes. I'll be here cheering you on. I would also like it to be known that I was a investor in this. Whatever you need, I will happily help. I have the hiccups, and it is making me mad. Alright, so I'm gonna do this one. Ah, I forgot to take pictures, fuck. I mean, for illegal alcohol, Michigan has historically been a good spot. That I could believe. I could believe that, honestly. And like, what is making money, good money, without a little bit of risk? At the end of the day, if you think about it. With all world in the space. I need this doggo. Doggo. You can smuggle from Canada, and if you get Caught, just haul ass north and you're golden. Yeah, see? You already got the plan figured out. Obviously, the universe is telling you to do it. This one's first. This one's... Ooh. This one's second. Oh my god, if I keep hiccuping, I'm gonna fight something. Oh, man. I actually want to retake the picture of this one.
Boo. Did that work?
That did spook me. I will say that spooked me. Oh no. Oh god. I'm like trying to press on my diaphragm, but I keep getting distracted. There we go. Boop. Thumbnail number 37. Save. Close. Okie dokie. Let me mark these for their dates as well. This is going to get out on Saturday. Save. The dates. Tuesday. Edit dates. Thursday. Save. Friday. Save. I want to listen to Jack Black. Change cover. Fuck, I need to go to the store today, but I don't wanna. Can you, maybe you could wait a little bit, or maybe you could order groceries, I'm presuming, as groceries. If not, could you not go tomorrow? Oh, I forgot to do that as well. I didn't do this dog already, right? Play the best song in the world. I'll eat your soul. I don't think I did this dog already. I cannot order groceries. I'm too busy with other stuff till Thursday, and I need stuff before then. Well, you could take a shower and then like prep yourself for it and then go outside if that helps at all. 2 to 1 make 3 when it's destiny. Years ago. Hello, Sheppy. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. Thank you for the check-in as well, Vexed. But if a shower wouldn't help, oh my god, how late it is. Moo! I'm trying to think. Flowers. Dog summer. The greatest song in the world. Oh my god. No song in the world. Oh, I'm gonna share after the VF gets home from work so we can play games. Sounds good. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Gotta look at this video. Oh, I'm so stupid. I downloaded the MP3. God damn it. Song. It's just a tribute. You gotta believe it. You were there. Okay. Like a little adorable fairy. Pop up this little raccoon. Come to say hello. And to boop you with positive. Look at that little face. Put havoc, and destruction. Hello, song. Thank you for the song request. Boop you with vodka. Okay. And destruction. Okay. I can't spell, but that's okay. Masking a field of flowers. With the Earth's vibrations. If that little Taylor, thank you for the song request. Also, welcome on in. And if that little boost of positivity, go ahead and give you yourself here. How about this? This TikTok. I'm trying to take a nap. And they are good for you. Alright. And if that little booster button didn't give you the clear sign you need for self-care, then how about this TikTok right there? Clear side today. I'd be like, they are good for you. And help you feel quite refreshed after. Maybe you need a more refreshing point of view. What can be more refreshing? Go into the beach. The beach as the summer heat dies down. Vibing with his like. Hi, Compact. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful Monday, Compact. Looks like this little pupper is just vibing the waves and just vibing with the waves. Telepathically to make sure take time for yourself. We're tumbling into Halloween's Eve. But the spookiest thing could do this month. It's not just trying to relax. Well, I hope that this Halo music can help you relax. Fucking love Halo 3! Understandable, Bex. My eyes are getting strained because my fucking key light is just in my face. Take care of yourself. Have a good bit. Thank you for the check-ins. The highlight some stuff up for a few stars. Main thing lead to have a get them a video done by this week. The song that this is the song that plays in my head when I go frankly too fast down dirt roads. That makes sense. It does feel like a dirt path, kind of grungy type of vibe. My record so far at dirt road is 55. Is that fast? That's below speed limit, but I don't know if it's different for like roads like that. I don't really know. Let's see, let me get more people for this one. Let's get let's do TNST. I think Teeny might be an artist themselves though. Let's do Mashy. Let's do which one's this one? Ooh, yeah, we could do Chunky Lotus. My Arizona busted. Your Arizona came? Arizona what? Arizona what? Ichigomi Lemonade would be fun too. Okay, there you go. Wait, do I have 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me get Biddles. I want to do Biddles as well. Biddles. This one. Biddles 2. 5,500 was very fast. Oh, now the bottom gave way a little bit. What happened? Like the can? Did you get an Arizona green tea can or something? What's happening? Oh, okay. Damn. Be careful, Vexed. What? What? What is happening? Yeah, okay. I should do a rough cut of how I want the enshrined one to go. Because I finished these 2 scripts. The enshrined for today. I'm going to do a rough But of an idea I have, then if you can think login with the small indie info on it. Hi Quetza! Don't worry, I almost flipped my car. This is why I try to avoid driving now. I'd love to get into rally racing, it's so cool. At the very least, you could do like a ride along, you know, that'd be cool. Yeah, okay, let me check my VGen. Hello, Chaotic. Welcome on in. Okay, so on to do, okay. My brain like hurts. I have the boob. My brain like hurts right now. I'm drinking plenty of water, so it's like weird. Let's see, I ate food, I drank my I ate food, I ate my meds, I drank water. Or, you know, take a shitbox that's built for it instead of a stock car. Yeah, that would probably help. That would probably help a lot. So, you know, you don't maybe die. My brain. I got big peanuts energy. You do! You have biggest peepus. Biggest peepus. I'm trying to think. It's also, I think it's because I don't have enough airflow in my office, actually, as well. It's like 81 in here. Contract, create enshrined TikTok. Okay, I think for now, because I have to wait for the rest of the scripts. And I'll do the voiceovers probably tonight. And then, or I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tonight or tomorrow. My ADHD is like vibrating. I need to like move all this. Roll for fun. See highlight. Alright. Keep. TikTok. Okay, stuff done. Alright, let's get the enshrined one in here. Actually, I want to write down what I gotta do because I'm like confused. I think I'll start Ursa's video edits tomorrow because I don't think they'll be. I think for them today, so I can't start them today. I need a pencil. Oh, my pencil. Oh, it's all the way over there. There you go. Okay. Let's see. To do. Let's see. Let's see, we got the Ursa edits, which we are moving to start Tuesday. And check that off. Script. I've done that. I need to do the voiceovers. And then, is there anything? I feel like this is just a lot, which is why I'm like, oh, these need to go. Oh, stop it. These need to go over here, or else I'm gonna be confused. Yeah, there we go. I have no idea why that's a lyric in the song. Oh my god, my beans. What? The chicken with the head cut off? Okay, I think I'm okay now. I just needed to refresh my brain. My cat bit me today. My will bit me today. She got me a pretty good, but it's not the worst. I think she was just a little aggravated when I was petting her, which is fine. You heard her scream that? Oh, her poor paninis. Maybe her paninis was just, you know, fucked. I don't really know. Okay, resources. Okay, so we're gonna start with this to this. And then the music video, you see them grab their crotch in a fetal position. Maybe that got kicked in the nuts. Who knows? You know? Four. Okay, so those. Well, I think Discord might be down for me. Is it? It seems fine for me. We can check it though. Let's go look. Let's go down. It looks like they are having some guilds. It doesn't. The API seems a little buggy. It's definitely crashing out right now. Oof. Oof. Big oof. It's okay. You can hang out with me here on Twitch. Twitch is okay for now. I think I kind of just want it to be 1 second of each. And then we can crossfade to different ones. I'm definitely crashing out. Understandable. Feel free to crash out. I was mid-comms. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then we can go. Do I want to do it like this instead? I think I do. Baby, it isn't supposed to know. I love that guy. He just like popped the fucking helmet off. Sorry, I fucking love that little scene. Go. Okay, I'm off to the store. Be safe. Be careful. Cough on people who are mean to you. Oh, because loneliness is killing me and I. Okay. This. With you, I lose my mind. And we'll do a cross dissolve. Cross dissolve. Cross dissolve. Okay, now I feel like the timing of that is a little too short, so we're gonna go back to 2 seconds. Yes, ma'am. Good. Very proud of you, Vex. Be safe. how you want it to be. Baby, 'cause I need to know now, because loneliness. Maybe we do just 3, and then we bring in this one. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Do we have any of these that are 1? Hey SPF, how you doing? Oh my god, we do have that one. Holy shit, that would be so cool. Holy shit. I've never actually seen the rough cuts of a lot of these. Oh, baby, how was I supposed to know? I'm here, baby, where you go? In my loneliness, I'm good, you? It feels like it's been a while, like a couple of weeks. I guess I really had my head in the project. Hey, no, that's valid. That happens sometimes, you know? But I've been good, just working. Haven't had a lot of contract work recently, so I've been able to work a bit more on my own projects, which is nice. And I got a new kind of project for myself for Enshrined, which is really fun, so... let's see. Let's see, I like this one, and then I want to do one more. I think here with the runed ractins. Awesome. But I hope your work went well. I hope it wasn't too bonko bonkers. I want the Tsunami background that we have for the press kit. This one. I just want to do. Okay, I think this will be the end of it, probably. Yeah, and then I need the enshrined logo. Nothing to range. Fuck the dragon, we're gonna fuckaloo. Wanna fuck with me, yeah, I shall fuck you too. In the party zone. In the party zone. Party zone. Oh, in the party zone. Enshrined logo. Update this day. Do you know if the publisher changes? Please, that's what's been born. Where is the playtest? Let's go! They're opinioning a Hungry Howie's. They're opening a Hungry Howie's and a Coney car. Ooh, like a Coney Island hot dog? Like a Coney Island hot dog? That was a press kit, right? That one. Press kit. Do they have that in Pacific Northwest? I don't think they do. Hi, Kiwi! I don't think we have Coney Island hot dogs. I don't think. It's a hard think, though. I don't think it would make sense. Yes, Coney Island hot dog was invented in Detroit. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no, I don't think we have those. Surgical and red. As long as I am stuck here with my dad. Tables, you're hungry for the rock. It's a neighborhood. No, my land of Hollywood. I kind of want to zoom out. Oh shit! Most Conies are Leos, but there's a bunch of different brands that are all diners. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I know specifically of any like hot dog place. Because most of the times, I think we're more of like a sausage household. Than a, connect to Wi-Fi for some reason? Oh no, I'm sorry. Sorry, well, you know, we no rush. We're just starting our... I am just starting my Monday, so, you know, we're not in any rush here, you know. Let's see. These guys apply. Fair, I'm a whore for a good. I am too, though. There was one time where I didn't realize where a broiled hot dog was, and I had it for the first time, and I feel like my brain just exploded. This is some great background noise while I'm coding. I'm so glad. I'm glad it's good. Oh, the metal. Oh, the site. Failed. It was like in down. Nope. Thank you for the song request. Taking a lot of our ideas. Might have to do a rambling for this, because I feel like that might be necessary for this. It's like, hey, we're the developers of Enshrined. We're currently a small indie studio based out in Canada, who is currently making a hey, we're the devs over at Headwind Studio. Yeah, I think I could do a couple takes and then give it to Kiwi. My family does it in a way we call dime store hot dogs, where we cook the dogs in butter, then put them in the buns, then toast the buns in butter. So I feel the beatus. I feel the beatus. But that sounds kind of good though. Yeah, I might do a recording. It's like, hey, we're the devs of hey, we're the devs over at Headwind Studio, and we're currently making our TTRPG Enshrined. We've loved creating interactive and immersive worlds, and then, immersive worlds. I never said it was good for you, but it tastes great though. Okay, fair? Fair? Is this a press kit folder? It is. Trailer shots. Is this the one where he pops it off? No, it's not. I want the one where he pops it off. Bloop. I like it in the little animatic, in the little sketch animatic a bit more, because it has more of that oomph of the pop, but I do like it still. Enshrined. Where is my render? It's in my TikTok material resources. Save. And then I'm also gonna need the one where he is looking out over the ocean. This one. And the one where he's being eaten. Oh, I need one more trailer though. Maybe. It depends. Okay, so ooh, the song is cool. Sorry, I just love that animatic a lot. Alright, let me grab this one. Bring it in where it'll kind of like... And then we'll go to this one. But then I want this one to be... And it zooms in on the hand, and then I want to go to this. Like this, so it's like... Haha, that's so cool. Oh my god, these are actually like really cool shots. So it's like this, and then have it fade to this. Hey, we're the devs over at Headwind Studios who are currently making the TTRPG Enshrined. We've taken the last few months to create a very immersive world that you can dive yourself into, including blah 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 blah. Not only that, holy shit, I didn't check out my fave podcast up there. Woo! Woo! Yippee! That always makes me happy. That's how I feel about Creepcast every Sunday. Not only that, but the world we live in, I was like talking about, so the first three, well, actually, I'd want to scoot this over. Let's see, what animatic would I want to use? Ooh, I want one that's a good over arc of the world. I think maybe what? That one. I wanted this one. Maybe not that one. I'm trying to pick whichever one is the best, like overarching shot. Can I have your opinion? I feel like that one might not be either. Maybe this one? Maybe? So I'm editing the video really quick, and so the current plan is I want to do like a good, like very enticing initial shot, and then it'll fade into like, you know, this is like kind of like a work in progress of like an animatic to the shot to the animatic to the shot to the animatic to the shot, and then probably like one more maybe shot. But I'm wondering which one of these do you think encompasses enshrined rather well to start with?
I think one that we use for a lot of that are all these like upwards images. I don't. We just have this like
okay.
So we use this one for a lot of like what is enshrined.
Okay.
But these also capture the vibe pretty well.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to use everything, but I've been trying to like make a, and I'm also kind of like having a bare minimum script idea of like kind of like, hey, we're the devs over at like Headwind. We're currently creating our TTRPG Enshrined. We've for the past few months been creating an immersive world that you can dive yourself into, and then you have like this little cute shot. And then not only that, but we also have gods that are eldritch, and like you kind of explain about the gods. And then we can talk more about like the book, and then talk about like the severity of like how like horrific it is with using the rune Drakden image. And then I'm thinking a call to action after that, because I'm doing it a maximum of like 44 seconds, but Kiwi and I usually do like 35 to 40 seconds, so that way I have more footage to cut down after it's all read and stuff. And I put in the logo, which I might flash it in the beginning, or maybe wait a little bit and then have it like glow in. And then we're gonna have like, I'm thinking like captions here so people, because not everybody loves captions. And then do a call to action at the end. But yeah, that's my current plan for the first video. Because I was thinking of having like this take up the whole screen, but you lose so much real estate doing it that way. And also having it cut like this, we can have more of what's going on, and then we can also have like words. And also if we wanted to really push it, we could put like a little green sticker here saying like coming soon to Kickstarter. yeah. So it's like, I think that would be like a good thing. And it'd also give like a good template as well. So I'll cut that out. Okay, do you think this one is the best? Like, should I do one that like we've used often, or one that has most shock factor?
I mean, I feel like shock factor. We use that for everything because it's really good as kind of a like enshrined. But if you want more shock factor, this one's eerie.
Father help!
Oh, I've been yeeted. What the fuck? Okay.
Oh.
Because all these are very pretty, but I don't know what would capture someone's attention. Other than doing the little rude mic. But that's just because I love the room mic, and I don't know if like other people would feel the same about their room mic, but
I mean, a lot of people like the room mic.
So maybe I should just start with the room mic then? I could like switch out this animatic thing.
I might lead with the room mic.
Yeah, like him just popping the head off. I love it in the animatic so much because there's a little bit more exaggeration to him popping it off. It's like whoop, just whoop.
Yeah, no, I mean, the room mic is worth so completing with that's a good idea.
Okay, then we'll do that, and then we can kind of fade back into like, yeah, because we can do that. Like, hey, we're so and so, the devs over at Headwind Studio for the past few months, and then it cuts to like working stuff. Yeah. I don't want to go back. I'm sorry, Quetza. I'm back on my PC now. Pog, Kiwi, Pog. All right, thank you. Oh, I don't think so. I think I have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, the ad break's starting, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh shit. Jesus Christ, I got a kilogram of candy for $20. Why don't I just What the fuck? What the fuck, Vex? I'm sorry, I wasn't back to allow that to happen in chat. But we'll be back in 2 seconds. We have pumpkin pie from Costco. Getting pumpkin pie, so I'll be right back. Getting pumpkin pie, 1 sec. Oh, Discord is back, but VC is broken? Damn. Fuck. Hopefully it'll be back soon. I mean, Discord isn't like a small thing, you know. I hope it'll be back soon, but I'll be right back.
I like pumpkin flavored math. Holla 36 months, nearly 3 whole years subbed.
I'm back! Holy shit, 36 month, 3 whole years sub. Fuck yeah, thank you for the lurk, Zach. That's probably the entire reason I went to the store. What'd you get? Nearly missed a word. We're taking a pumpkin pie break. Yeah. How's it feeling? I'm just feeling nice. Yeah, we're good. I just, I wanted to get a little bit more food in me, and I remembered we had pumpkin pie. So Pixels and I had some pumpkin pie. I do need to close the windows really quick, because it's getting a little humid in my office, so let me turn on the humidifier. Or the dehumidifier, that is. I think it's gonna rain soon, and that's why I think it's getting a little humid. So I want to turn on the dehumidifier really quick. Also hope everyone's been having a great day, including you, Bob. Thank you so much for the 36 month resub. There you go. Excitingly enough, Pixels and I have been dating for 3 years, so it's like kind of a cute little marker. Alrighty. Let's get back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pull up stream avatars. I feel like it's time. It's time for some stream avatars. Where are my babies? Pixels, pick your color. Pixels. I made a specific color for Pixels. Oh, it's gonna load. What is happening? There we go, it's loading. It is loading the little babies. There you go. I see Kiwi. I see me. I see Canadians purple. Where's Pixels? Pixels, you better be blue. I see you. You're pink still. You're still pink. Alright, let's edit this video together. Alright. Alright, and then blah blah blah, and then I'm gonna have to cut in a new little bit. Good thing to say. Fuck, the always be yelling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry they be yelling. Dream of you and the extension is loading, so I can't change stuff. It might take a second. It might take a second the first time. Let me check it out. But I made a specific color for Pixels. It loaded. Yeah, okay, cool. It just takes a second. I think it's because, like, I'm, like, new to it or something. Also, we have a lot of options, to be fair. So that might also help. I don't want to hear someone hollering about heretics from my window. Shit on them. Cough on them. Cough on them. Cough on them and tell them you have AIDS. No, different. Cough on them and tell them you have HIV. Because AIDS doesn't get spread through that. So tell them that you got it. You have AIDS. No, HIV, sorry. Keep getting them mixed up. My bad. But you know what to do. Haha, Pixels basically not sure what I walked in on. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What's up, Tin? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Yo, Lane, hi, Elsa! Hi, dear. How are you? Work is going good. I'm doing a bit of storyboarding kind of TikToks right now. Let's see. Yo, fam, how's it going on, everybody? This needs this ratio. It's a little loud in my office now, which I don't really like, but it's okay. Let me go to these. Currently working on my stuff as well. Fuck yeah. I think maybe when this changes, we can have this be a whole thing. Because we're not losing that much when this happens. So we go, boop. And then maybe I'd bring it in. Oh, you already gamble? Kiwi, gamble already? It's not even 5 o'clock. Did my first long form video the other day? Gotta say, it was a challenge. I hate long form videos. I did one long form video. I don't like doing it. I'm giving leeway because Kiwi wants me to try it, but like, god damn, do I not like doing them. It's just too long for my brain. Yeah. Oh, this is the wrong one. I grabbed the wrong one. I need the one where he's shoving it in the guy's face. Where is it? It's this one. Gotta keep my gamba up with very valid. I'm gonna go back and forth with this. Okay, but then this would go here. So we'd have... It's quite a lot. I had to look for the footage as well. Oh, dude, that so sucks. I hate that. I personally hate that when I have to look for the footage and do it. Yeah, you gotta up those prices though. So up those prices for long form videos because long form videos are a job. Look on that. You're gonna need it. And then we can go to these ones. You can't expect someone who can't watch something like this to make something longer than that. That's exactly. I made a YouTube video though. I made a long. You guys want to see the long form YouTube video I worked on? It's kind of garbage though because I had 48 hours to do it. I actually didn't even have 48. I had 30 hours to do it. Man, look at the advice I'm giving it. Yeah. No, that's not what I wanted. No, it's ZZZ. I always want to see the video I worked on. I worked on this one, didn't I? Yeah, I worked on this video. Yep. I edited this video together. I edited this. Can you guys believe it? I did this. Shit was hard. Oh shit, you won. Oh wait, no, you lost 10. Oh, poor babies. Pixels hasn't changed his thing yet. I might go in there. But yeah, I did this video. I got paid a little bit for it, so. Since when was there slots? I don't know. I don't know. If I time it right, I'll get a big payout. I believe in you. I kind of want... You could tell me you did anything later, I believe you. You do crazy things all the time. Aw, thanks, Bob. I'm excited to hang out with you this Wednesday, though. So, oh, here, wait, Boppy, I got you. Here. If you jump, you all can have stuff on. Or you can battle each other. You can do either, but... You're poor. Stop, Max, that's mean. Man, Discord was working for a few seconds, then it went away. Again? Really? Damn. So of your dreams. Away for the times. It's strange. On me. Well, no wonder magnetizing wasn't on. I was like, this feels so too freeform. Oh, fuck. I need to use another one, though. Oh, Hootie. I need the one about the world, I think. Yeah, the one with the rude dragons would be pretty good. Especially if I can cut it to fade into the transition that I want. I need the rude dragon one. Come one bean! What? Come one bean? What's happening? Let's see Boffy's luck. Let's see. Oh, my braid. So if it went. I think I did this wrong. Oh, it's okay. Oh yeah, oh shit, bet 40, bet 100 black. I'm copying Vexed. Did it work? Oh fuck, I don't know. At least I got my orange color. You did. If there's anything that you want, Boffy, that's an accessory, let me know. I've been addicted to making them, so. Let me cross dissolve this. Oh, I lost. Fuck. Don't copy me, the streamer always loses. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Hold on, wait. Bet 50 red. Sorry, my bad. Here, there, go for it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Do that. I do quite like this one. Hope you guys win. Oh my god, Vex, look at Vex. Oh my god. Yep, okay. I want to do another. Can we do a page curl? Streamer always loses. That's kind of rigged. Ooh, I did not like that one. I guess we can keep doing the cross dissolves. I quite like those. And then, so we talk about the world. What is that? In the past few months, we've been working on blah, blah, blah. We work on stuff. We talk about the gods, and we talk about that. I think this would be a good cut to the end. And then this one we could slice in here. And then, do we have a Hmong one? Basketball? We haven't done basketball. Do I have to start that one? There you go. You can't see. I'm not changing my screen. Now you guys are gonna have to live with the ratio that you get. gonna do the dice noise. Did it even show you guys joining the teams? It does. You guys joining the teams, okay. And I want this to glow. And then I want this to get a paint on. Oh shit, Kiwi scored! Fuck yeah, good job, Kiwi! Paint on. I kind of like it ending like that. Add speed point. Add freeze frame. There we go. And then that way it could go like this. And then we can bring up the join our Discord and stuff. So I think that would look good. Alright. No. What is happening? How does this basketball work? Is it hard because you guys can't see the goals? There is no goals. What's happening? Oh, Bobby scored the goal! Oh, it's that thing. It's this thing. It's up here now. Or I guess over there for you guys. It's right there. So you'd have to be like... I gotta make you guys too big. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are gonna make this one. Oh! I think it's like 70-45. Oh, yay! Good job. Good job. Now that it's over here, gotta go up there. Gotta go up there. You guys got this. It's all the way up here, guys. You guys got it 80-80. Oh! Oh, it didn't work. Oh! Bobby got it with the 85-80! Damn, guys, it's a 2v1 and Bobby's keeping up. I don't know if I need to keep this on. You guys can't see it, though. You guys can't see without ball. Hold on. Scam, rigged. You guys are silly. There you go. There. There. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can render this. I might fuck up. So I'm letting you guys know now, this might crash my GPU. So I'm letting you guys know this now. So in case the basketball game dies, that's why. TikTok, intro. I had to render queue, render all. Shouldn't be too bad though, because I don't have the captioning. The captioning is what really kills my computer. Ooh, look at you. If it dies, we riot. Do not riot. Woo! Kiwi won! Good job. I'll have to make sure that this rendered out correctly. It would be cute to have like a little chibi or something in here talk, but I think it's quite alright. Good job. Alright, I'll put the cream avatars back. Here we go. I think that's as far as it goes. Yeah, that looks right. I think I did bad for having no idea what that was. Yeah, no, you did a good job. Oh, I didn't put another I didn't put another. Don't attack me! Don't attack me, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I'll do another page flip. But the point comes across. Save. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna send this over to cute. This wrong person. Actually, I'll send this over to Pixels first. General idea. Yet, just want overall vibe. That footage. I guess I could have gotten a shot of crafting, but I don't think we necessarily have one. I guess this one could have worked. But I think it's quite alright. I think I don't want to over new hat. New hat. What hat? You want a new hat? What happening? Okay. I need to make my own. Anything to take this out? Oh, okay. No problem. I have an enshrined folder. New folder. TikTok. Videos. And then... Shadow Jiro, welcome on in. Welcome to the Milk Club. I've seen you over in White Stream. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful time. I need to commission Kiwi. I need to commission Kiwi. Oh my god, I love this. Guys, look at this little emote. Look at this. Okay, hold on. What? Look at this. They're like little bouncing babies. I love them. What the fuck? How much are they? 45? Damn. I don't want one. We dance for new. Yeah. Goddamn, the halal session always fucked. Fuck yeah. Alright, Kiwi. I need to make this. Hi, Jira. I might do a little bit of art. Kiwi. I need to make the thingy. I need to make the thingy. I need to make the request so I can just have that on my docket. On my docket. Alright, let me bookmark this. So that way I can I think it's this one. Start request. Hi, I just kind of want to hide in the shadows a lot. No problem! We have a lot of lurkers here, so that is no problem whatsoever. Makes sense. Let's see. There you go, I just didn't save. Oh, you guys! Sure. TV, I don't want to have to fill this out. Yes. Deadline, huh? Probably I just want something rough so we can get a deadline. It's like 5 buttons, you lazy. I don't want to have to, I don't know why. Oh, you can't see my pen, sorry. Here, I just don't like refilling out the maincoow stuff. Cause I thought I already have that, but I guess I don't. Like a short form script to highlight, these few facts. Enshrined about us, small indie dev team based in Canada. And it requires, oh, I guess I did it by habit. Small indie dev based in Canada. This sequence feels like the end of the video to me when it hits. Okey-dokey. I will switch that then. I'll switch that and the room Braxton. Or maybe save room Braxton for another. Use the deer creatures. TikTok enshrined. Small indie team, creating PTRPG, which is going to be released soon on Kickstarter. Unique gods that impact the world. Unique ecosystem. New crafting system. Done in D&D. Go through more details. Discord DMs. Okay, I have to switch something now. Okay, and then I'll get this again. I think the part that I'm thinking about is more in the beginning. Yeah, it's this piece. Go back here. Find the deers download. Nope. I really should have put that in my video editing folder, but that's okay. Keeping all the enshrined stuff together isn't gonna kill me. I just wanna leave. And then we need the page flip again. Page curl. Noise dissolve. Oh wait, I need this to be this. Was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller. Wish I. I'm not even saying hello the ecosystem if you want something like that. Redractin. Slump Week's Ender Bloom. I think we have the Rune Dragons and the Nectarine, so I think this one should be okay for a TikTok video. Yeah, it's like 40 seconds. Yeah, I think that's enough. Alright, let me re-render this. Alright. And then video one intro. And then I will share. Anyone with link, copy link. Link. Video reference. Save. Cool. That's good. Done. Cool. Yeah, I think that's good. A little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I was here looking good. I would call her. I kind of want to work on like emotes, I think. And good, I would call her. Wish I was a taller. Wish I was a baller. Wish I was a baller. A dollar. Wish I was a baller. Oh, it's a little off now. Oh, you know, I know why. Because this is meant to be... I think that's right. I forget. Okay. That should be good though, because this is just a rough cut. So, but this is a better. I had to replace clip. I can go there. So I did the rough cut, create and shine example TikTok. Voiceovers, I'll have to wait till later. Yeah, I think I'll do art for a little bit. Let's do some art. There's some emotes I want to make. Oh, wait. Blue Sky has saved now! Yes! Alright, well. I am now officially over at Blue Sky. I'm kidding. I'll still be posting on Twitter, but Blue Sky has taken my heart now that it has saved. Actually, I said I could do art, but I could get the things for the videos for me and Kiwi. So I can get those now. Because that's not gonna be... Oh, Twitch being a bug. Blue Sky just got better. It did. I'm really happy that they have, because like the biggest reason I use Twitter is because I have things that I have bookmarked. Because I'll bookmark creators or ideas that I really like, and then but like without that on Blue Sky, it's a little bit harder for me to use because I usually come back to things. What am I doing? Oh, I need an image of Halky. That's right. Oh, she plays Final Fantasy. I wish I had money to play Final Fantasy. What is their... I like their... Well, if they have like more like full body art. This one's not bad. Unfortunately, it's like a white background. I don't really want to clip that out of that. I like this one. Copy image. I actually quite like this art. Oh, don't forget you can add a points redeem so people can change it for stream avatar points. I will do that at some point. How do you do that? I'll do that later. Well, you can do, if you do that, next may never save up for a goal. It's a good point. Maybe we'll keep them separate. Monkey web. Monkey web. Last year, 4 years ago. I really don't want to use old clips. Can we do top 30 days? Oh, that would be hard to keep my number one slot. Let's do, it's really good. I'm not sure if you want to change the last couple of shots though, because they don't line up with the before and after. Like, let's do. Did someone request this one? I don't think someone did, so I'm gonna change the music. If someone did, I'm sorry, we can go back to it. I just want to change the music vibe. Minecraft art. Well, they also do food guesser. Okay, so this one. Oh wait, pause. I didn't make the folder for it yet. It's so easy leaving everything behind. I'll keep web. Alright. Download. It's dark now. October will cure me. I'm feeling these words now. 1, 2. Maybe you call me. I showed them Food Guesser and it became their entire stream for a day. Fuck yeah. I'm glad that they liked it. Just to see what you'll find. Things in my room, I miss you. Oh. Do they have any featured clips? I should honestly look through featured clips more as well. Everything behind. Landscape. 4 or 5. Oops. 6. 7. 8. 9. So 10. I want. That was a broadcast. Oops. There's a few more like filler clips. Okay. Let's keep save. Okay, cool. Let me say. Oh, I'm on 30%. Oh, save your battery. We'll be here. We'll be waiting for you when you get home. 6 feet from the edge and I'm sinking. I'm 6 feet. Hey, so far down. Also need topics or something. Also, one of the seams will have 2 pieces of automatic. Down to one last breath. Audio only helps me save a battery on mobile. That's what I use when I'm out and about and treat the stream like a podcast. An interactable podcast! Because I respond to you in real time. Well, as close as real time as it can be, I guess. Oh, far down. Yeah. Long to follow. If I just did the follow. Too short for the transition. Hi, Cannibal! Hello! Welcome on in. A podcast of podcasts, or what? A podcast of all bags. Mwah. Hi, how you doing? Oh, man. E-star. Sukino. Over here and grab it. Now I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm like, baby, 6 feet ain't so far down. Hold me now. Ah, my brain. Fuck, they had lemon cheesecake bars and they're gone. Oh, they're gone. Oh, I'm so sorry. But, you know, you could go again when you're not sicky and then you can have it and be yummy and great. And don't you worry about it. Around the time or two, just to wait some time with you. That you This art's really cute. Things to know. I'll keep you my dirty little secret. Don't tell anyone or you'll be just another regret. You can keep it, tiny little secret. Has to know. Switch on your life. The best way we survive. But, oh! Oh, the little terror has gotten the ability to move. You wanna need to know. I'll keep you my dirty little secrets. You wanna Docky P for what is Docky P? Dirty little secret. No. I'm so proud of the little baby. Dr. Peppy? Ah, you're having some Dr. Peppy. That's valid. We get a slice of pie. Slice of pies are always good. He turned 9 months on Friday and leveled up. Yay! And he put it into his dexterity stat. Now he can wonky wonky. Wonky wonky real good. My dirty little secret. You wanna know you'll be just another regret. I'll keep you my dirty little secret. Got ransacked. Oh god. Oh golly gosh. I wonder why. To be fair, when I went shopping on Sunday, there was a lot of people shopping, and it was crazy. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, he's standing! Oh, what a good baby! Oh, he did it! Oh, 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 oh! Yay! Oh my god, I'm so proud of him! On 30 days. I have a wife! But platonic kisses. Save. Okay. Oh, we have this for this. So forehead kisses are 4. Very valid. I'll make a forehead kiss emote. I do want to work on emotes, so actually this is a perfect time. Edit labels. Oh, this one's also good. Yeah, okay. Okay. We're good. Alright, I gotta find the forehead kiss emo. Hold on. I'm of the opinion that anything can be platonic, but most people are less work than me. That's valid. Where? I know what's in here. Hold on, let me zoom in. I thought there was one in here. Could have sworn there was a forehead kiss one. Little unstable to talk about. Oh. That's both are valid. Was there not a forehead kiss one? I thought there was. There is. It's right here. This one is X7. Botania wreck your home and boot. Woo! Yeah! Any other ones that I want to do? I had a list of them, didn't I? I was wondering if Vex thought they were high maintenance. Vex can be both. Vex could be low and high maintenance if they wanted to be. Oh, here are the emotes one. Hands M10. I think that was meant to be a hug. Dead P2, sweat, triple heart A1. Noted. Do you want a shrug or confused one? What? For what? What about thing? Oh well, whatever. K9P1A2. K9P1A2. For a new emo, I was just gonna do this one. Unless you had a different base. For the forehead kisses? Otherwise, I think I'm gonna do this one. It's like a nodding emo. Halo or Minecraft? You could start with Halo, end with Minecraft. High energy, low energy. Smart, thank you. Otherwise, instead of forehead kiss, I could do this one. Mew has one of these. I think Mew's face is left, right? So mine would have to face right, though. That can match hers. Let me go look. Yeah, hers is like... Yeah. This way to do is kiss emo without animating it. Okay. And if I keep the energy up, I can swap the Hell Divers and collect E711. Yeah, exactly. Okay, then I'll do A1 then. I'll do A1 instead. I think that one's cuter anyway. I don't have ears though. My brain is thinking. Yeah, I need my tablet. My drawing tablet. I'm gonna try to put here somewhere. Downloads. maincoow. I also want to reopen this one. So I want my eyelashes. Give me my eyelashes. Oh wait, this is different file new. What size is this document? So I always make my emotes really big. 2048 file new. Now kiss. You could gift me an emote of you an emote so you both have half of the sucking face emote Vex to use. That's true. Is that one of the ones they have? I think that's one of the ones they have. But I also feel like we're more of the blow kiss lovins, you know? Organization help the person say last name and a short description of the product to improve. Ready the following points and all the video. I see this name. Grind. It's a dungeon and dragon fighting expansion. Also enshrined is a for expansion drawing on themes from Eldritch and Cosmic Art featuring a complete setting guide. The setting is stuff but even with the garden campaign bios, moving ecosystems, and strength for freshly clear out a martial arms. I didn't question what should I make this frozen pizza now or later? I have no freezer, so it'll probably be today. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? The answer, I think more intense ones are the Discord type emotes for you, Beth. Yeah. Yeah, I like that more. How frozen it. That's also good. Bought it 2 hours ago? It also depends on how hungry you are. If you're not hungry now, you don't have to eat it now. But also, eat it before it melts, though? Probably be best. I am back. Break is starting for class. How are you? How's class? I have to reference my own VTuber. I haven't sketched myself in a while. There you go. I also want this to get turned down a bit, just so I can see what I'm doing. It's an island, pornography, sugar chicks inside of me. Let's get this to be a bit bigger. Yeah, Kiwi's right. Kiwi's right. Sugar chicks inside of me. Going alright. I'm working on a grid-based inventory system for class, much like Diablo or Resident Evil 4. Cool. Has it been going well, or is it like a bit of a hassle? I hope it's been going well, though. I should have an inventory-based duplication glitch. Yeah, yeah. Number wonder if it's all for you. And tell me if it's time to. Should have sketched this in color, but it's fine. That's right, I'm looking at being about 75%. Just gotta tie in the item implementation for the back end list of items. Fuck yeah, very cool. Very cool, very smart, very big brain. All of the years I've tried to be out of the way, and so never wonder if it's all for you. I wonder me when it's time to. A minute and crush it out, we don't lose. Just like you. Far more shocking than anything I ever knew about you. More reasons why somebody new, just like you. I'm looking for some game or media that revolves around duplication as a main character for research. I mean, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, there's a character that has a sticker that duplicates things. Duplication power. What's her name? Bizarre Adventure. And duplicate items. What do they look like? Yeah, it was this character. Ocean? She has a weird brown and I love it. I still like Rohan as one of my favorites. I don't know who that is. But it's this character? They have like this little piece of paper that they can put it on stuff and it like duplicates things. Yeah. Kiss. Create a duplicate of an item by putting a sticker on it. Having two of something is mostly a positive, except that when you remove the sticker, the twin items will violently merge back together with a messy result. Yeah, it's only the downside, but you can duplicate anything you want with stickers. Esme Costello. Oh, so music. Yeah, I would say you could look at that one if you wanted. Go one more thing. Maybe this one. Right. I just want to see this one. I want to stand and you can see it. Is it the same color? It is, huh? Okay. I made this bigger. Because I like how I did this one a lot. Rana is the author character from Diamond is Unbreakable. Very cool. I like how I did my okay. Can I just steal my own hair and shove it on this one? I don't think I can. Because I did the line art. Yeah, okay. Let me just modify this one really quick. Reduce it, film. I was really good at drawing my VTuber when I did that popping cat one, and now I feel like I fucked it up. There we go. Go up. Oops. I feel like this is starting to look better, but looks a little bit off. That's fine for now. Let's go to his bag. Bobby went to bed, so I'm here to hang. Understandable. Welcome back. I hope the BF is sleeping well. How dare they sleep without you? A good response. I like that response. Good response. Well, kidding, obviously, but how dare they? Ooh, I hear thunder outside. Oh, spooky. I don't like thunder. I want to die, you satisfied with an eye. Yeah, this one makes sense. Make the emote a little bit smaller. Okay, I've changed into a warmer sweater because my fingers were cold. How goes the stuff and things here? Has been chat been having. That's pretty good for now. No talk of math rocks here, at least. Yet. But how is your sweater? Is your new sweater comfy? I hope it is. I didn't change color. Did I do my ears? I just made them like big round boys. Like that. Never did no harm, never did no harm. It is. I got like 3 new outfits today. Sweater, shirt, and pants. Fuck yeah. Hope they're of nice quality and are comfy. I just said, ooh, dragon themed. Fuck yeah, brother. It's fucking cool. I'm more like star themed clothes. But I mean, I have to buy clothes. Nope, that does not make sense to me right now. I'm probably just gonna borrow the one that I made and the other one because I want to be lazy. Give me my thingy. Oh, I did do this in line art. Holy shit! I did not expect that. Halki is done. Paul, good job. I'm very proud of you. Good job. I'll mark that off the thingy. I didn't. Oh my god, I did. I didn't do the thing I thought I did. Ah! That's okay. Stroke. Let's do 20. And I did do the dark color. Oops. I'm trying to match it to this guy. I think I've gotten better at working on VTubers that don't have a lot of link or info. That's good. Yeah, you kind of have to be more patient with those ones a lot of the time, but once you get a hang of them, they're not so bad. There's a thief in the night to come and grab you. He up inside you and consume you. For the night you can control you. Our part was that I can't just make stuff up like for an OC. That's very valid. Yeah, you have to be very factual with a lot of this because these are people. Back of the hair. Just on the wall, like they're talking to me. Don't even get out, but figure the shit out. So the mind that can control you like a monster. I'll proofread the others before I move on to the next one. Thank you. I feel like maybe the Vibe and Shine one was off just a little bit with the way that I wrote it, but you're the judge, so feel free to fix as you please. You're nice to you. Still what you like. Tell me that. I should be at therapy tomorrow. I have to get up early. That's okay. I just gotta make sure I get a good night of sleep tonight. That's all. Do you prefer if I write my suggestions separately or just edit them? Just edit them. Just edit them, because at the end of the day, whatever Elaine writes is probably a little silly anyway, is my opinion. Or my grammar might be off. I was never good at grammar in school. I just kind of wrote whatever. A thing I used to do in my old science class, and I was in public school still, is I used to make up words. I used to make up words that sounded scientific, and my professor would give my teacher would give me like good grades. Silly isn't bad. It has personality. That's valid. Good lord, no wonder the forerunners lost the flood. Is the flood being spicy? The same old does it. Running in place now, I must not know. Things change. So it's like the damn bone saw and tentacles. Did you consent? You consent to it at least? Hope I said I wanna be best alone. Trying to know. Let's get the time. Did you die? Consensual diddling? Hey man. Everyone's got their own preferences, you know? We can't so many times. I'm sorry, Max. Don't shame people. People got them dreams. How's the art going? Good. How is the editing going? I don't know why I undid that. I could just fix it after. Could finger not be? There you go. I don't remember I can, like, fix these afterwards. This is all hair. Here. Also, battling with my need to replay a new game. I was trying out yesterday. Good, I'm just trying to decide what to use for certain scenes. Valid, valid. The fight is hard, but I believe in you. The song was playing while I was fighting for my life in a flood-infested nightmare hole. Damn, okay. What's this one? I just do everything in black, don't I? I do. It's valid. I have a little bit of an urge to play Minecraft, but I want to hold on to that want to play Minecraft until I get my script stuff done. Which is totally fine. I also want to rig stuff today, so. But I will rig things after I do this art. And then probably record my scripts. And probably go from there. You got this. You got this! I'm playing Copacetic on repeat. It's a good song. It is a very good song. Yeah, I was playing a game from the people that made Slay the Princess. It was pretty interesting. Oh, cool! I didn't know they made another one. Or they had other games? I guess. I didn't know they had other games. Unknowing rabbit, it might manufacture the way you make. No, the side's really sunny. I'm gonna test something. Sounds good. Oh, you realize an unknowing bunny. Oh yeah, we don't have the album ones. Slightly doesn't exist. It's called Scarlet Horror. Lips have not been kissed. How do I know this? Oh, this one looks interesting. I like the art style of their games. Put your hand in a fuck ton of money. Sorry. It's in early access, but still has 4 chapters done. That's pretty good for 4 chapters done already. Just an unknowing bunny along, passing away. Clothes are done. Here's a sunny day, and we're lying. I ain't forget to try. Let it dance with the sky. I'm used to feel, 'cause your heart's made of lead and your heart's made of steel. Bunnies that were jumping on a trampoline. Do you like golden or what it sounds like more? I can add both. I can add both for you since we were looking at them. I like both. I do like they have a perk system in the beginning that gives you different attributes and abilities to affect. Oh, just so you know, I'm looking out for when Halo MCC is on sale. Aww. Oh, no, I'm gonna absolutely wait. Oh, thank you, Vex. You're free to add me on Steam whenever. I'm not logged in. Oh, no, I want you in the next one. Because I'm pretty sure my Steam is connected to my Discord. I'm sorry, Vexed. I was a ghost, I was a moon. Okay. I didn't know how to be. Oh, do the acapella ones. I'll do mine. The acapella, huh? Oh, I didn't know they had acapella ones. We're going up this album morning. You wanna get the work going? Gotta be. Those are the bottle, yeah. Oh, because they have gotcha. Thank you, Bags. I don't wanna be. I was your taste. You wanna be. It's so to break these walls down. Wake up and feel like me. No more hiding now. Like I'm gonna be. I'm too stressed. I know I believe. When I pop up without a warning. Get her going. Gonna be going. When I pop up without a voices. Gonna be golden. I'm done hiding. Your Steam is not connected to your Discord. God damn it. Oh, copy. Wait. There you go. I thought it was. Maybe I removed it for some reason. Thank you, Max, for being waffling. Oh no! Oh no! More K-pop! Oh no! It's too late. Don't understand, but I fix it. I try to fight it. I'm resistant. I have to fight it. I like it. I let it. No, I didn't trust you. I think you can only have 4 connections? Oh shit, really? Is it NDA commission? No, this is just me. This is just me drawing me. My skin. Ooh. This is what it sounds like. I got the troubles up inside my head. You're not an art? What do you mean art? Thank you for letting me know. Maybe I didn't click done. I always forget to click done. I think. I'm tired. You're not alone. Two demons. Between us. Go. Oh, it's our blur screen. Oh, I was hiding my Steam. Where did I hide my Steam? Into 1,000,000 pieces and we can't come back. I've accepted it. We are friends now. We're going to have soft tacos later. All the feeling stuck inside our head. This is what it sounds like. Hey, yay, tacos! Yay! To a million pieces that we can't go back. Putting on the beauty and the broken glass. The part of me, that's an oddity. Above the light, this is what it sounds like. All the feelings stuck inside our heads. Look at the leaves in the dark instant. On the hand, let's go on top. Scoop that down. Reset this. Reset this. Your idol. When time hurts, play another verse. I can be your sanctuary. I'm the only one I know. Ah. This is not how I thought this would sound, but I like it. Yeah, I'm here for your soul, I'm the only who loves your sins. It's underneath. Bring to the choir. Can I get a voice a little higher? Your desire. It's all you rely on. You can't look away. This is an acapella. It is. That's cool. I didn't know they would do because I saw the like sing along version on Netflix, but I didn't watch it. Instead, I watched the Thursday Murder Club, which was a very good very good movie. Sorry, I'm trying to like reorganize these. Listens to the way your voice gets underneath your skin. Bring for the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher? For your desire. For your life. Yeah, you can't look away. It'll save you. Your idol. No, mine now. Because you're mine now. I find it very interesting though that they call this an acapella version when it's just more like a no backtrack. Like they don't have instrumentals and it's just the voices, which I feel like is a bit
different than acapella, but I'm not mad about it. I just find it interesting. Please don't be your idol. Obviously, if I was mad about it, we wouldn't still listen to it, so. Give me take. Stronglish. Maybe that a little bit too much. I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. It doesn't have to include beatboxing. Some groups like Pandago made it popular. No, not like beatboxing, like the instrumentals. Like I feel like they just dropped the instrumentals. Whereas like I feel personally acapella is only voices. Like just there's multiple people singing without the music, I guess. I don't really know how to explain it. I just felt it sounded interesting. Not that there was anything wrong with it. I was just like, huh. Ooh. I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. Rock your body. Rock that body, rock your body, rock that body. That body. Daisies. It's hard to create that with a small group. Plus, I think they didn't want to re-record it and add in the normal harmonizing, so they just edit. Yeah, it just like not that I mind or anything like that. It did just feel more like they just turned off the 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 instruments. Not that I mind. I liked focusing on the vocals more. Get a little crazy, get a little stupid, get a little crazy, crazy, little crazy. Dance, I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. But I wanna go for a ride. Skin shades from lunch. That's all. Oh wait, it's because it's in here. Yeah, I just checked, and Golden has nearly 20 seconds of silence before the vocals kick in. Yeah, they probably just turned off the instrumental track, and they're just like, yep. Which is fine. Which is fine. Rock that body, rockin' right now. Oops. It's starting to look like me. This one. Here it goes on top. Well, I want to do it with this. I think I do. I'll do it like that. And then this one goes in this one. At like 50%. You know I'm tired. Hey Lord, you know I'm tired.
There you go. I'm gonna be honest, I have never seen Euphoria, or like I've seen clips of it, but I've never really watched it. I gotta say, this song, ugh, I love it so much. Modify this just a little bit so it comes down a bit more. Yeah. Document setup, color, transparent, okay. Just so that I can make my own background color. Halo, you know I'm trying. This is insane. Holy gagglepuck, that guy got 8 kills with 1 nade. Whoa! What the fuck? How'd they do that? How'd they get so many? Are they cheating? Are they cheating? What do you know? This is also a really good song. My teammates were gaggle fucking, so it was easy. Oh. Okay, valid. Okay, cool. I'm gonna make sure I'm doing my hair strip right. Running out, don't know how to live without you. Gecko fucking is being too damn close to your allies' teammates so you can get hit. Oh! I'm used to chuckle fucks. But that's different. But that makes sense. I like that term. I may use that term. I like it. That's a see shit too. But we try. Wouldn't last. I want to see my ears from my last one. I probably will. Instead. Why did I do it like this? but it's running out. It's running out. I know that I can't live without you, but this world keeps me turning. If you do, would you even want me? Looking like a zombie. Would you even want me? Want me? Want me? Would you even want me? Looking like a zombie. What's up, Chuckle Fox? Are we going to a circle jerk or gaggle fox? Cocking the top? That's so tricky. Good job. Good job. I don't know if really the Zoomers really say things like that. I think it's a lot more like skibbity stuff and gyots and stuff, but I think you did a pretty good job. I probably won't, but yeah, sounds good. What size is this? 25? Okay. I like Tyler the Creator. I like his music. One of the Discords I'm in, there's a cult of Gooners that changed their name to some variation of Gooner. That's very interesting. I'm Keep Go Booner. I love that though. Hi, Keep. Keep Go Booner. Keep Go Booner. Amen. From the basic Google, the word gaggle fuck is at least 20 years old. Yeah, I didn't think it was that new. I'm sorry. Now. I heard on construction sites, it was used as a more aggressive gaggle of idiots. Interesting. Everyone can look to their bones. Everyone bones. Let it go. Take me to the beach. Give me my bow. Need this one. Oh, it's cold enough. Hi. Yeah, what's up? Okay, so good. I'm gonna grab dinner before it gets put away. No problem. Thank you, Kiwi. Oh, I haven't saved. Maincoow. Oh yeah, la 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 la. Is that everything? I think so. Why don't you? Before I go, what's happening? Oops. Don't forget. I like that one. I just got an idea for the avatars. Okay. Made pizza I mentioned. It's a barbecue. Oh, barbecue chicken pizza sounds so good. Forget that I have to have a stripe here. Complete mode. And then that's how it is. Accessories for their tummies, like Care Bears, are floating inside the slimes. I am gonna have an item that you guys can hold. I just haven't done it yet. Because, like, the inside of you is your soul. So I don't know if you want to put things in your soul. I mean, you can if you want. If you would like, I will put things inside of your soul. But if you do not want, I do not have to put them within your soul. You know? I just put them, you can just hold them. If you want. Let's see. Export maincoow. My soul is filled with cheese. Mood. Is this cute as Muse? Oh, let me look at Muse. This is how I'm gonna test and upload it in the Discord. Emojis, upload. Be like you can't see this. I put things in my butt, so what's the difference? That's fucking crazy. There's probably a lot of things that are different. Don't forget to flip it. Oh shit. Oh, but fuck! I can't flip it now. My hair will be backwards. Okay, bye, Kiwi. My hair will be backwards if I flip it. Oh, fuck. Oh, well. It'll be okay. I'll give kisses to the back of Miu's head. I can't fucking see, hon. I gotta type something. This thing ignore suppository medication. Oh, I have an idea. My wife gave me an idea. That I am afraid to die. Mine should be more purpley. I forgot another thing as well. Because I'm a silly Billy. I'm just gonna be lazy and reuse these. That's all they really are. They're really just lines. Yeah, I need to do some shading on it. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Skin shade. Let's do like 25. Close curve. I do like that with the shading quite a bit more. Holy shit, we absolutely did it with those Americans. Oh my goodness, good job. Good job, Vex. And I hope they feel it in their ancestors' booty hole. Shit. So if you're lonely, you know I'm here waiting for you. Just across hell. Just as sure that you believe me. Broken, shattered, alive. Across hell. Just as sure that we could die. I know I won't be leaving here with you. 15. Is this the right color? Skin shade. Oh, it's because they're 20. They all felt that hitting them at Mach fuck. I like that. Mach fuck instead of Mach speed is Mach fuck. I like that. Take me out. I know I won't be leaving here. I know I won't be leaving here. I know I won't be leaving here. I know I won't be leaving here with you. Well, that reminds me, do you know about the manhole cover? Because if not, I will send you a video about it this week. Send me a video! That means no. I don't know what that means. Or at least I don't think. Or I don't remember at this moment. You best believe I'm gonna be so proud when I learn about it, because I learned when I learned, this is gonna be a very interesting sentence. I have learned that when I learn things, if I can apply those and talk about them in normal everyday life, I get very excited. Like the other week, it might have been last month even, Pixels taught me what Typhoid Mary was and who she was and her whole history and all like that. And then I started hearing the word typhoid come up a lot, and like I knew what it meant. And even yesterday, I was hanging out with some of my offline friends, and they were like, "Dude, I'm gonna typhoid marry you." And they were like, "What the fuck does that mean?" I was like, "Oh, you mean typhoid Mary?" And they were like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Oh, I know what that means." I felt very smart in that moment, and no one will be able to take that from me. Multiply, remove, 50. Yeah, I felt very proud of myself in that moment. Okay. Oh, those. Play the best song in the world. I'll eat your soul. Fun for a teaser, the manhole cover was the definition of mock fuck. Whoa, that sounds spicy. I like it. Okay, the first thing that came to our heads just so happened to be the best song in the world. The best song in the world. Look into my eyes, it was easy to see. 1 and 1 make 2, and 2 and 2 make 3 is destiny. Years ago, we went off to the moon, bro. Save. Also, it's faint. Back to repetitive. At least was done. With me. Be you angels. We said nay. We are but men. Rock. Oh, this is not the greatest triv in the world, no. This is just a tribute. Remember the greatest song in the world, no. This is a tribute. Song in the world, oh, song in the world, oh. Multiply 50. Didn't simply sound anything like this song. This is just a tribute, you gotta believe it. Wish you were there. You gotta have opinion. Oh, God. Right. Prima donna, creepy crawler, he's not really a hypnotizer. Reminds you end up being me dry. Leave behind. You're wearing nothing but your perfume. And I love you. Leave me an offer I can use. About you. It's all over in my life. It's on the edge of the night. You can tie me up. You should put into the trunk. No way, my heart was hammer time. Almost done. Wearing nothing but your perfume. Make me another. I got it bad for you. Pretty please, will you know where in my life? While we dance on the edge of a night. Where's the other one? This one. I'm back and had to change the laundry. How is the laundry? I think I'm gonna modify the face just a little bit. Lips. And this guy. And I can't move them. Why? Because this is locked. Maybe the other ones too. Kept you waiting, huh? Oh. On that note, scent beads don't do anything but gunk up the washer, and most people don't
Kept
produce
you
enough
waiting,
static.
huh?
That's valid. We used to use them and then we stopped because I was the only one that liked them. Like, they smell good, but it was kind of like, it was just me. This. Service. No server settings. Let's say. Emoji. Move. Downloads. Elizabeth laundry pods do my laundry. That's valid. I mean, you don't have to think about it a lot at the end of the day. Alright, do I like this one? Does it look different? It does look different. I think I like it. I was using Discord to test it. Okay, cool. Yes. No. Okay. Let me upload the new emote. Emotes. This one. Oh, but braid. Upload. There we go. Now it's in there. If you do want to add scents, then add a dryer ball and add a couple drops of essential oil to it. Not only is it cheaper, but it spreads the smell more while dealing with static. Plus, they're reusable, so you can just add more oil when it stops smelling. That's valid. We use dryer balls. We use dryer balls and then like one dryer sheet. So that way we can Still have good smelling clothes, but also the dryer balls no help. Alright. Back to co-working. Back to co-working. If I do. Oh, it doesn't have it on mine. I'd have to reset my thing. Damn. That's fine. But the new emote is in there. Maincoow. Maincoow. Huh? It says it's locked by a tier 1 emo for me. That's valid. That's probably, yeah, it's a tier 1 emote. Wait, but you're subbed, aren't you? Why does that, it's tier 1? 9 months? What? Maybe you have to refresh? Oh, see, there you go. I don't know why, but when I see it, like, small like that, maybe I should make it bigger, first of all. My skin tone just feels more ashy than it is. I don't know why. I don't know why. I've recently felt like my emotes are a bit ashy. Maybe it's just because I'm silly. Should I make it bigger? I think I should make it bigger. Seeing you guys use it, I think I gotta make it bigger. Like that. What undertone are you? It looks pretty pink undertone. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think it just might be my monitor. It might be just my monitor being silly. Hang on. Let me go to delete. Add. Wait, what? It's I'm already uploading it again. Do I know more makeup than you? Nah, I just can you do reverse image so you can kiss me? But then I'd be backwards. Okay. I'd be backwards though. Cause like the only problem with reversing Miyu has a very symmetrical design where I don't. Like, hold on, I'll show you. It might actually be fine. No, cause my thing would be off. Hi, Candy. That's the only problem. If I flipped wipes, it would be fine. Oof, yeah, good point, yeah. If you kiss the left, it's like you're kissing chat. Yeah, which is kind of the vibe. I can just kiss the back of her head. Here, wait. YouTube. I'll just kiss the back of her head. Nope, that's the wrong one. Maincoow. Oh, I can't do it because I have to refresh. Oh, wait. Okay, you guys can probably see it. I just kissed the back of her head. It's okay. That works for me. I is now bean. Yes, you are a bean. You're a milk bean. I keep finding pimples on my face. It's annoying the fuck out of me. Oh my god, actually I just realized if I start recording now, I can take more time to make sure that I'm expressive in the videos. That's actually a genius idea, Elaine. 10 out of 10. I'm doing that right now. Because then I can like better verify whether videos are, because I have patience right now. I have to go to the bathroom though. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I promise it'll be quick. And I won't get pumpkin pie this time because we already have pumpkin pie for today. But I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna record scripts. And I wanna, I think I also want to test something as well with this. So I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. I'll be back. Wait, hold on. I said I'd be back, but now I remember you guys aren't on this one. I could put you guys here anyway, chat avatars. Game cam. Where is it? Oh, it's a spout capture for it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I fucked up. Okay. I have to move the goal tracker somewhere else there. Put it up left. There you go. There you go. Now you guys can still hang out. Alright, I'll be back. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh shit. Leaderboard. I like that Womble has just been sitting around and like he's got like 600. Alright, hold on. I gotta check something with my emotes because I was talking to Pixels about them and he also is like, the new ones are ashy. Which makes no sense to me because they're the same. The color picked the same damn thing. But he said it might because of the shadows. So 2D art, make a blip. Oh my. I think Pixels is checking the other ones as well. Woo! Woo! I'm back. Alright. I put it in here? Or did I put it in my emails? This one. Oh, it's slightly different. Mia loves the emote and excited, shouting, flip it. I can't flip it! Wife. I can't flip it. My design is not mirrored. Hi, Indy. And everybody. Yeah, tan. Yeah, like a little bit. Yeah, but I think I see the fuck up, so I can fix it. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Because I'm a bit more pink undertoned. In real life, I am more olive toned. So, like, it wasn't the worst. But, like, I was like, it's driving me nuts. Because it's just suddenly different. And I wonder why that happened. Because, like, I only color pick my skin. The skin color. Because it bugs me if I don't. There you go. There we go. Is wife flipping hers? I think wife is flipping hers. God damn, I gotta re-upload it here then. I'll do it. I have to delete this one. This is what I get for not turbo checking. Their compression somewhere? Maybe? I just think I might have fucked it up somewhere when I was, like, color picking. I might have overridden it. Oh my god, they're gonna bleed. Emojis. This one. I'll add both of them. Mako, the new Mako cheer. There we go. Yep, okay. Oh, I want to edit the Biggle emote. Hee 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 hee. Why would I get kissed now? Why would I get kissed now? But you flipped her. She flipped it in Discord and will eventually do Twitch. Yeah, no sweat. Yippee. Yeah, she flipped it in Discord and showed it to me. I want to edit my Biggle emote. Video. I'll just stay on coworking because I'm gonna pop back and forth between stuff. Here we go. Booty wiggle. Biggle. I think this one's fine. But I think these ones are lower, so I think they have to be flipped. Yeah. Let me see. I don't know if this makes sense. I might just leave it. I don't want to deal with it right now. I don't want to deal with it right now. Okay. Okay, I have to reset this. Okay, I have to fix C angle. Okay. I have to blind myself. So I can record these. I think I have to restart VTube Studio though. I want to be me. He's that not allowed. I should also make me a big one. She asked for one. Should I do that first? I'll do that first. No. I'll finish my food. Back to scripts. Thank you, Kiwi. Let me open the base. Baby, gonna go take a shower. Have a good shower. We pinned it. Did I make a... I made a hyper emo for wife, right? For me too. For me. Let's see if I can borrow this file. Save as. I'm too fucking clean. Let me get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. You fucking dumb. When I cry, it's that time of the month. A little too forward. And baby, when you hate the fucking one. Fucking one. And then... How do I want to do this? First, let's get her skin tone. I'm too fucking clean. Let me get a job and you ask I want to be me. And Then the rest of her outfit would be... It would be like this. Join curves. Something stable. Mew doesn't have tail. But still my socks, though. We have very similar socks. There's 2x and stick to me like it. Walk beside me, you will feel now. They're going good in the garden. That's why I know garden now. Let's not by the hearsay. Oh, get for the hide in my mind, like it's a rugged. I'm sorry. I mean it, then I understand. Glad you came. Oh, stick to me. Stick to me. Wife look like wife just wear big pants. Hold on, wait. To get better over it all. Don't you tell the people. You thought I'm I know. Sing along to the rhythm. A beautiful nightmare. Operation. Got better, but maybe I did. Maybe get her like part of my skirt? I think, actually. Hold on to the rhythm, the person, a warm nutrition. I thought I got better. Actually. With you, what I was looking for. I want many miles from the corner. I was trying to go away from things I'm ashamed of. Side. Are you done? What does that even mean? Oh, it's just a dream. Hello, is it Please, never leave, baby, hold me down. With you, I'm alone. I live my part of me lonely. I was looking for. I found love. Everything stands into the driveway. Never knew feel the air inside me. Sometimes you're trying. Yeah. Stepping. How did you just whisper? Won't you go away as me? Tom, may I drown, Tom? When I come, I'll twist the pen. Welcome all but us. And then rest to them. Yeah, mine is not. There you go. There's this one. So tight. Into the ways below. Maybe I'll try. Excision to baby. I'll try. I'll take Spring. Bullets in the sharp sting. You ain't fucking die. Raising my eyes of the sting. The be the worst thing we ever thought was my savior. Oh, what a baby. In your hands is cracking. It's true. What's the name? What's the name? What's the name? Would that be the worst thing I thought was my savior? You certainly do. Would that be a bad thing? I change you certainly do. With this mother maiden and a virgin, each to avengers look to attend, but he never lifts a finger. This one, stay up all day, every day, worse than a servant, least an appendage left to attend himself. Lifts a finger 24/7, baby machine. I'm gonna try to give me a top. Lifts a finger. 30. Oh mama, oh mama. Does this make sense? I feel like it kind of does. Oh my life, hallelujah. We didn't take my breath away. Oh, babe, I'm free. My mind, bring me out. Bring me down. So heaven. cancel. New folder. New. Why are you wearing for the Suki clip? Okay, thank you. Four. Alright, after this is when we'll record stuff. I don't know how many frames to put in between these, though. I forgot. I think it's 7. Is it 7? Easy if usually like lags a little bit, so let me see. No, how fast was mine? Yeah, let's do like. Oh. I think it's as fast. I think so. Hey, this one's 7. How fast is mine? I forgot to click on stack frames. God damn it. Well, that seems about accurate, is it not? It's a little bit faster. Okay. I should just name this me. Actually, one fix. Oh shit, I didn't. Looking at her bangs, I think I did her bangs wrong. So that one's right. I can't tell. Yeah, this one. And then this one. That one's fine. That's fine. It was just frame 2. Seems that I fucked up. This. This one. Ooh. Alright, now let's make this 7. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. I'm like getting so confused in my own folders, it's crazy. Okay. Excuse me. I'm gonna record squibs. Okie dokie. Freak. Show me. How freaking. Alright. Let's try to get the organization stream. It's just I haven't done art, like 2D art commissions in a while. So I'm just like not used to being in that folder, but I might organize some stuff after I record. We can do it in between. We'll record the strips that are done now, and then we'll start with Vibe Enshrine. It have a hat. Take my head off. I'm glad I already have my set file for comms. That's valid. I've separated my own and my. I separate emotes and then my own commissions, or like my own, the ones I do for myself, but it's kind of gone back and forth at this point. But most of it's organized. I just like this one. It's like silly. These folders are silly, but I'll fix them after. Mew was showing off the hat and said that she'll make it free in her that hat. Yay! Yay! It's a good hat. It's a good hat. It's a nice hat. Oh, I have to click record. I didn't click start recording. Okay, I have to bring my mic closer to myself. I'm gonna boost myself in here as well. I don't have any. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's just how loud I talk. Okay. I already forgot what it is. Okay. What could kick off a weekend vibes better than an adorable little fairy? I mean, raccoon coming to boop you? I mean, look at this face! Between basking in fields of flowers and vibing with the Earth's frequency, how could this guy cause havoc and destruction? If that boost of positivity wasn't the sign you needed for some self-care, then this TikToker has the clearest message for you. Take a nap. They're good for you, and I personally feel quite refreshed after. Maybe you're like my friend who wakes up sweaty after a nap. In that case, a refreshing trip to the beach after the summer heat dies down might be more your speed. Okay, one more time. In that case, a refreshing trip to the beach after the summer heat dies down might be more your speed. Look at this tiny pupper vibing with the waves. It's like they're telepathically telling you to take time for yourself. I was probably fine. That one was probably fine as long as I didn't wag. If I wag, then I why? Video editing resources. I wanna do a thing. Afraid to ASAP. You know, well, insensitive. She asking why you say that. I'm chilling. An asshole. Treat me as a villain. My cash flow. DJ Khaled. DJ Khaled. I'm sweet and low. Where really are you eating though? I want you to know that I braved lewdness to search your scripts. To research your scripts. That's very valid, and I commend you, Kiwi. I commend you, Kiwi, for doing what I cannot do on stream. Wait, man. Oh man, I was really bad at recording this. Save. The empty track, save. Oop. Like a pogo. Like a soda. Just gonna do this because I'm already here doing it. Deciding if I want to do the subtitles now or later. I could do them now. Default. Back to make the DC. Back to the DC. There you go. There we go. A very oops. Look at sword. between with the running and 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 TikToker. I think my Adderall is finally kicking in because I'm like, work, I got this. Me, determined. My brain's kicking in. Optimization. Optimize the quiet. Optimize that quiet. Your speed. The source the pain as it's falling down. Pop her vibing. And again. I talk the way we should. Always on your mind. I have to prove to you the one and only God. And then this one. Okie dokies. Poop. 37. Alright, now I gotta go back and fix the other one. Template. What am I doing? What? B. N. Here I stay. But for a sec, to get wife a snack, I'm back. Welcome back. Hope it was boob snack. Okay. Save. That's all good. 2, 5, 6, 7, this one, save. Alrighty. This one's good to go. It's been recorded, save. Alright, now we do the next one, which will be roll for fun. Project is 44. What say? I don't follow. I don't have the. Funny enough, I don't feel like calling her Miss Goblin work, so I had to figure out a name for her. Miss Books? Miss Books? Mrs. Kiwi? Mr. Kiwi Goblin Books? Mrs. Kiwi? Mr. Kiwi? I feel like Mr. and Mrs. Kiwi would be good. Oh snap, Maine is even smaller now. I am a little guy, just for a little bit, before I gotta record another script. But I forgot that I needed to have this image. Video editing. Roll for fun. I call her Strawberry because the whole Kiwi thing started with pet names when, "Aw, that you go be Mrs. Strawberry, and you're Mr. Kiwi." That's very cute. Alright, now I gotta be Big Me. I gotta be Big Me now. I'll spend time in a tree. Ugh. Okay. So multiple things. I have to make sure I'm looking forward. Squisho is only for Vibe and Science, sadly. It is. It used to be for all the content. But I also felt weird if I didn't use my main model because people would never know. Like they would be like, "Who's the cat? Small cat? And why does the streamer big? Why is streamer person?" So that's so much better now. I'm glad. Are you fresh? Are you fresh after your shower? Bigger and bouncier. Yep. Alright. Let's redo the face tracking. Alright. Roll for fun. Kleka. Feed the elevator, explore deadly floors, and descend deeper. Kleka is a co-op horror game about going down in an elevator that is trying to eat you. Your sentence is to descend into Biff, what's going on with reactive? I don't know, probably broken because Discord's broken. Probably. I got the first sentence and I'm keeping that sentence. Yeah, it's probably broken because Discord's been having issues today. That is my best guess. Alright, tongue twister time. Your sentence is to descend deeper into the depths of the gigastructure while maintaining a living and hungry elevator. Never forget to feed it if you don't want to end up being eaten alive. Kleka is omnivorous. Be ready to feed it both fuel and flesh. Form a team. Oh, wait. Kleka is omnivorous. Be ready to feed it both fuel and flesh. Form a team of up to 6 people and descend in the elevator. Friends tend to survive when they work together, but friends also make good fuel. Traverse deep into the gigastructure and survive through the terrifying phenomenon. Traverse deep into the gigastructure and survive through the terrifying phenomenon known as the Samsa bar. Kleka is currently out on Steam in early access with regular updates, so be sure to pick it up with a few friends and see how deep you can get. Oh, the site doesn't look the same at all. Thought I missed some change. Is it different now? Does Fuji look different now? What's happening? Log in. Oh, it's darker. That's normal. Whoa, it does look different. I don't like that. Why is it like this? Why did they change it? Increase custom source limit from 5 to 10 for free users and 50 to 100. Damn! First frame limit fixed the bug. Oh, 5.0. This is complete rewrite of the reactive code, which I attempt to fulfill every feature request. Damn! God damn! God damn! If you have vtuber, there's no changes. Okay, there's that. Creating them to custom source, and you can now have multiple of them, each with different settings. Interesting. You probably just need to recopy. Now what the fuck? Okay, so how would it work then? Hold on, let me check something. So now that it's good, how do I copy the thing now? Library sources. And you immediately had to redo Fuji Tech on from both ends. Damn, that's crazy. Custom groups. What is this? What is this? What do you mean? Library? Okay, so these are all the ones. And then sources, model API. I can't change that. Image placement layout bottom. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this kind of sucks balls. It's that override model. Position 1 user ID name. Damn, they made this a bit different. Okay. Okay, hold on. I guess I removed the overrides? I'm so confused. Strong. Yeah, these are all the ones I want. Can I delete sources? Do you want me to summon tech support? No, I got this. I got it. That's the ones. You test something with me. Oh, wait, wrong person. Never mind. Never mind. Can you test something with me? Just hop in the Friday Discord. Because I have to fix this now. Okay. Hold on, let me go over here really quick. That means all the text would need to be reset, I think. Name size, show names hidden, include maincoow, walk amongst the wild, save. What the fuck? Hello? They fucked up my stuff. Chat can't hear you, by the way, so don't worry about it. They changed how Fuji Tech works. And now I'm fucking confused. So same red square Havoc was getting gabbed because that's the old Fuji Tech link now. And so... Wait, does this mean I have to upload a new one for everyone? Ooh, these big old bonkus babies. Ooh! Walk amongst the wild. Bless you. Yeah, you're good. Okay, thank you, bye. God, son of a bitch. I feel like there should have been a bigger heads up about this, but then again, it's not like I pay that much attention to Fuji Tech's updates. Pixels. Save. Add model, walk amongst the wild. God damn it. Okay, let's go back to the hub. Was active speaking this one? Choose file and active speaking. Wait, speaking this one. Save. Oh, this is such ass. I liked it before a lot better. Save. Zephyr. Speaking image should be the close. Oh, well, lucky for him, he's the only one. And then walk amongst the wilds. Baba. Away. And his is also the same. Wait, no, it's not. It is not. Okay. Sources. Add. 40 pixels. Save. Add. Okay, god damn it. I have to do the thing now. I don't know if they let you do it when you're streaming though. Copy user ID. I got it. What? No. Man. Oh! Son of a bitch. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll just fix it later. Actually, no. Okay, if it's saying that position 1, wait, what does position 1 mean? Change log, open the new tab. Limits the model sources. Individual sources have been renamed to basic sources due to the removal of several features. Overrides have been removed. If you wish to specify this model source, then use. Options for basic sources have been simplified and now apply to all basic sources equally. You can no longer differentiate between each and others in the setting. Setting of your image, please use custom source. Remember who you have. What about the position thing, though? When adding users to the include list, you can instead add by position. Position 1 means whoever is at the top of the VC list after excluding everyone on the exclude list. This is affected by the show names option. If you select server nickname, it will be the user. Oh. Could I instead just look up the name? I don't think it's gonna work that way. Oh, this sucks balls. This sucks balls! Dim, no animations, single bounds. Switching normal, showing. Oh, so it remembers. Interesting. Ooh, so that's how they did it. Wow, I don't like that. Oh, ho ho! God dang it! Ah. What do I do about this? I don't know what I do about this. Actually. Is this changed? Wait, now I gotta check it again. This doesn't make sense. This is making me upset. Why did they do it like this? But I can't change it per person then. No, it's okay, it's okay. It's better that I know this now than when I were to do a collab and then be like, I'm fucked because I didn't know this happened. Okay, okay, well... Yeah, okay. So then it does need to be a thing where I have a custom source. I override people's models. At least you can do the positions now, Havoc, I guess, like, which I think could be helpful, which wouldn't be helpful for me because I do it by name, which sucks. Positions, yeah, so see how there's like positions here? Let me zoom in. There's positions, so whoever is in the first like spot gets the first spot. Whoever's in the second spot in the Discord like voice channel gets the second spot. Whoever's in the third spot gets the third thing. I actually don't know if that would help you, but maybe. Son of a donkey asshole. I mean, it's fine. It just fucks up my Friday games and my collabs. But the collabs are fine because I have to change those a lot anyway. Yeah, the collab one is fine because I have to change that one most times anyway. I use individuals. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, well, I guess we all know that. I found out Fuji tech changed. Okay, my second type of tea is steeping. Yippee! Okay. Did I record the rest of this script? I don't remember if I recorded the rest. I think I might have. I guess we'll find out. I go little lava. Hey, little lava. I'm gonna do fences from fiber. Bygones be bygones. I just pay for your friends. I'll take that as a compliment. Got a house full of homies. So the opposite. Prize. Yes, it is. Same for the Gonna grab some food, but I guess now I know I'm working on tomorrow. Fuck yeah! At least you got plans now. But have good food. Okie dokie, and then this part. Link clips. I wish my voice had more bass to it. I feel like it does, but I don't know. It doesn't come across on my mic. My nose is itchy. Yeah. My nose itches. Ah. Pull up, pull up, pull up. I'm gonna time them to come out. I will be with you. Oh, wait. I forgot to fix this. Though I feel like I might have lagged. I might redo that one. Okay, I'm gonna re-record that section because I just don't remember recording it. Which means I can't verify its quality. What was the last thing I said? Oh, it's the thingy. Okay. Kleka is omnivorous though, so be careful and be ready to feed it both fuel and flesh. Form a team of up to 6 people and descend into the form a team of up to 6 people and descend in the elevator. Friends tend to survive when they work together, but friends also make for good fuel. Traverse deep into the gigastructure and survive through the terrifying phenomenon known as the Samsabar. Kleka is currently out on Steam in early access with regular updates, so be sure to pick it up. Kleka is currently out on Steam in early access with regular updates, so be sure to pick it up with a few friends and see how deep you can get. Kleka is currently out on Steam in early access with regular updates, so be sure to pick it up with a few friends and see how deep you can get. Ooh, you bitch. OBS is stop recording! OBS is lagging, which means I didn't record that whole thing, motherfucker! Okay, that's where it cut me off. Alright, that's not the worst. That's not the worst. Fine. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Kleka is currently out on Steam in early access with regular updates, so be sure to pick it up with a few friends and see how deep you can get. Hopefully that was okay. To see her. That was bad. Heroes Life, so I gotta check out their stream avatars. They use custom name tags to display the LGBTQ tags. What? 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 Let me see. Let me see. Where's Wake? Did he just start streaming? Oh my god. My ear itches. They use the custom name tags. What are you talking about? I don't see the names. I don't see what you're talking about, but they use custom name tags to display the LGBTQ tags. They do have custom font, so that makes sense. But I don't see the little flaggies. I don't see the little flaggies, though. That's not bad. We better check the extensions since they don't have them free. Oh, okay. Okay, it is loading. Timeline. My neck feels like it wants to be crunchy. We can't find their credits. Do not have their credit? What the fuck? Nowhere. 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 Huh. Oh my god. Huh. Hmm. One second. Who made their models? You know what? Next year I should forage some tea leaves when it gets warm again. Yeah, that'd be fun. A way to get out of the house. And like drying tea is insanely easy. Just like hang it up inside and it'll be good for in a week or two. Yeah. Make sure it's in a non-humid place so we don't get moldy. I already feel like it's judging me. I am not judging you. I'm judging technically someone else. Because they have their credits nowhere and that makes me upset. God, like I said, it sounds good. Sounds good. I super don't know how I feel about the fact that they don't have credits anywhere. Kiwi, how much did you write this script? It makes me upset that they don't have credits anywhere. Chibi was created by... They have credits for that. Another Discord just a sec. Okie dokie. I know how about you die. Cause it looks like they make a post about the person that makes some stuff. It's like, ooh. I'm a big, you want to make the ass. In my Persian truck. That was fan art. So I found their 2.0 trailer. BLT Anthem, this is true. Sugar on my tongue, tongue, tongue. Daddy is so sweet, sweet, sweet. Tongue, tongue. I'm gonna tell you, mom, I'm gonna tell you, daddy. Oh, on my tongue. Okay, nothing makes me more irritated than not having credits for your artist, by the way. Just by the way. Or if it's you, just say that it's you somewhere, please. Illustrator and Rigger, I found them. I found them, Kiwi. Goodness, that took me way too long. Thank you for the wellness check. I need to drink some water. Damn, okay. Best stalker, thank you. I think that, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like it when people don't put credits for their people, like, in an accessible place. It makes me very upset. So I'm just gonna make sure. gonna triple check things. Because I'm not gonna lie, it kind of makes me really upset when people don't do that. Okay, I definitely need to steal some more of this tea from the dining hall. This fucks. I'm glad. Oh, portfolio. Okay. I can't spell, that's okay. Alright. Oh, right, that's what I was doing. Okay. Let's go here. Boop, boop, boop. Floors. Gimme. Boop, 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 boop. Sentence of the live fair game. Form a traverse. Samos bar. Like, with I'm begging of you. Na na na, I'm begging. Please and thank you. This one. Okay. Now this one, I gotta work hard to make sure that this one looks good, because last time I did this one, I kind of did it. I'm begging you. Got the stretchies in. Okay. Alrighty, move that there. Okay. Say, let me go. The highlight. I'm begging you. Okay. Let me introduce you to a heavenly artist with a friendly attitude. Hucky is kind, benevolent, and Hucky is the kind, benevolent, and trustworthy angel who wants to learn more about humankind. And they hardly ever take Kiwi, what does the hardly ever take one mean? What does that mean? Let me read the recording. I'll keep it in. I just want to understand the joke because I'm dumb. Oh. Let me introduce you to a heavenly artist with a friendly attitude. Hucky is the kind, benevolent, and trustworthy angel. Hucky is the kind, benevolent, and trustworthy angel who wants to learn more about humankind, and they hardly ever take one. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. I like it. Good tie-in. This sweet bean enjoys their time on the web by sharing their fun and playful art that has a bit of an edge. But that's not all. They also have help bringing models to life with their rigging skills, and they write and they dabble in They also help bring models to life with their rigging skills, and they write and they dabble in animation. This earthbound angel can't learn about humans just by drawing, though, so be sure to stop by their streams while they're playing the game. So make sure to stop by their streams while they're playing the game of the moment, usually my favorite, Minecraft, and hang out for some of the goofy moments instigated by their chat. If confused and chaotic angels are your thing, be sure to check their Twitter and Insta for art updates. Hopefully that was okay. Boss make script. Right. Boss find script. Right. Person bad. No, not likey. Boss say new person. I got my sleeves. I'm gonna look at them. Let me look at them. I wish to see my sleeves. My sleeves, because my cardigan sleeves were not done yet. For my model. Arms. Do we mean for the Schweber? We meant for the cardigan, didn't we? Hold on. I think there was a confusion. Message. I think there was a mixture, but let me check something. Okay. I send these to BZ. I'll send this to BZ once the other ones are done. Yeah. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6. Is there a bowing emote? I've been using that as an emote a lot, and I kind of want one. Oh, a little bit too much. Oh. Sorry, this art folder is gonna piss me off. Remember that it's fine, or just ends. Old giveaway. There's funny meme redraws. That bear can stay. Funny cons. That was when I drew my friend pregnant. So the emotes. Okay, there we go. You animated emotes. It's never Lebanon. No! I'm sorry. We can do that after this. See how bad I get it. But also, you learned it's never Lebanon. It's never Lebanon. No stands. Folder. Please open up the catalog. Made emotes. Silly white CHs. Quiet. Energy. Some puppets are gonna go into the silly YCHs. Baby hamster. Muppets. New folder. Lumon. The salutes can go in there. These ones can go in old. These are cheapies. Okay. What is this? I got 13K today. Noise. I wonder what I'll get. Okay. Oh, that was a bluffy mom I was trying to do. I don't need that right now. And then 2D. What is this? Is it a font? It is a font. Friends, man, if you did a thing. This was between the V highlights, you added the highlight, also to be is also on the streams. Let's see. I'll redo that list now. Oops, it's the oops. Our goals are the fish and chips. Oh right, I was fixing this folder. I know I read. I think it's commissions. Holy shit, Elaine, you look like Rigby the cat. What? Rigby the cat? Who's Rigby the cat? Who? Oh, who? Day to the night. Oh. This one? Like this cat? I do not! What the fuck? Oh, I mean, he's kind of cute, so I guess that's fine. I mean, he's a little silly goofy, but I guess. Do we look the same? Do I look like that? Is that what I look like to you? There's chocolate and couch. Repo. Mirror image. Damn, that's crazy. Overlays. Friends. I think I see my problem with this. 2D art. Okay. And then I spelled project wrong. 2D art. Commissions. All other sub badges. I said sub badge. Oh, I did density sub badges, right? Stickers, regions. I don't need no heroin. I don't need no coke. Heroin. I guess I'll put these here. 3, 5,000. Wait, what's the difference between this one and this one? Oh, I remember. I think that's pretty organized for now. I'll just have to see how I feel about it as I do it. Funky. Dirty stinking face. Dirty stinking face. V highlight. Where's the photo? Suck my dick. Let me look louder. Oh, man. Did I say huh really loud? I need the other one too. Dirty stinking face. Oh, I'm just like a heavy huh. I just do heavy H's a lot of the times, I guess. I'm gonna have to re-record that line. Ooh. Wait, did I do this part over? Okay, I lagged a bit here. And then okay. Oh. That's what I look like? Yeah. To Eden. This sweet bean enjoys their time on the web by sharing their fun and playful art that has a bit of an edge. But that's not all. This earthbound angel can't learn about humans just by drawing though. So make sure to stop by their streams while they're playing the game of the moment, usually my favorite, Minecraft, and hang out for some of the goofy moments instigated by their chat. That one I think was okay. Clips. Clips. Ooh. My left shoulder is tweaking. Stop tweaking. Shoulder. Thank you. Oh, whichever. Ooh, did I cut that a bit? I might have cut that a bit short. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. It's the word edge becomes silent though for some weird reason. That's okay. We said Twitter and Insta. Socials. Twitter and Insta. Text. Web. Hog. And then I'm just gonna redo this. Timeline. This one. I am gonna grab a snack super quick. I'll be right back. There was a banana. There was a banana. One banana left. I can have the banana. Because I'm the only one that really loves bananas in this household. And the fair game, Da Vinci. This sweet. Did I say bean? Yeah. Edge. But. That's. Yeah, actually, that was correct. But. That's. Tension. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was fine. There was just one line that got fucked up. And hang out for some of the goofy moments instigated by their chat. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Memory. How you doing, Taylor? Hope you're having a lovely night. Goofy chat. Hog. Save. Hockey's all done. Well, I have not finished the pizza, but I have root beer now. Hey, good palate cleanser. I was gonna say palate cleanser, but yes, palate cleanser is good. He's good. Okay. Yes, I think that's those for now. I'll just leave that open in the background because it doesn't want to close. Do anything for $20, I feel my sour soul. It's interesting. Years. Actually, I'll just reopen it. I don't want to lag my computer. Fuck the Reaper, and I knew my time was coming, can't you see? Alright, food guesser time. Boop. Let's see if we can beat Vex today. Pizza dough? Shit. Beneath the tomatoes, allowing the tomato flavor to stand out. Yes! Okay. I was like, United States? That made me nervous. Whoa! Flour, water, olive oil, salt, garlic, onion, tomatoes, bell peppers, cucumbers, vinegar, bread, olives, capers, black pepper, cumin, paprika, oregano. This involves creating dough from flour, water, salt, then baking until crisp. The dough is broken into pieces and savory stew made with rabbit, chicken, tomatoes, garlic, Is this like a Russia thing? No. United Kingdom. Warm. Torta de gazpacho. Shit. The Spain? Yes. Okay. Whoa. Sugar, gelatin, glucose syrup, water, citric acid. This is all chewy texture and distinctly pink, molded into slender spherical shapes. Of rose water musk, its sugar-based composition gives it a firm yet pliable consistency. This is bubblegum. Is it not? The sugar composition giving it yet pliable because it's often popular with further shades around candy sort is known for its nostalgic appeal. To me, it just kind of looks like bubblegum. But I don't know where bubblegum is from. Rose water makes me feel like I know, but I don't. Did it come from? Nope. India makes me think of rose water. Musk stick? What the fuck is a musk stick? That sounds like an Australia type of thing. I did it. Oh shit! Vex we tied! Yippee! Dude, musk stick is crazy. Bruh, I figured. Musk stick? Yeah, musk stick. It's a musk stick. It's fucking weird ass shit. When I saw the weird ass name, I was like, yup. That's valid, Nox. That's crazy. I did it though. Yippee! That's what's in between my legs. This is a little stick. This is a little stick. Is that what you call it? You just call it a little stick? Okay, cool. I'm caught up on all that. I'm happy about that. Now I can do this. Which, if my brain serves me right, I have an idea of how to fix BLT's arms. But I don't know if this will work. So we're gonna try it on one of the arms. And if it doesn't work, we'll cry. Is the plan. You wanna survive. Ow. This goes in here. And then this goes in here. So wait, did that just work? Oops. Shit. I think it did. Which is gonna drive me nuts. If I stretch this boy. Interesting. Interesting. But this no longer lets me do this. Interesting. So what if instead... That's fine. I have a question then. A summer in the right is way. I can have... Oops. Okay, but what about chicken taco? Okay, now how do I morph the target? Can I morph it itself? Oops. Find here. see the this one. Maybe I try other things. Okay. Then what I want to do is give it. Okay. And then cut from the mouth and hug me like a sailor. Be this is the old toggle. What? Arms hold toggle. Arms base. This is gonna be at 0. This one will be at 100, and then here it'll be at 0. But I'm taking this off. I want to get baby. I wanna give you the world. Oh, but if you gave me just a little bit, I'm working. Okay. Wait, does that matter? I don't think so. Move these arms a little bit up though. Don't you know money's gonna feel right? There we go. And then we're chicken. Jump that in here. Wait. No. Maybe nice try. Oops. No part of my vein. This is only worth pain. It's all the same to take time. Things don't deserve to live. Oh, I fucked this up. 0, 100. I'm just gonna remove this again. What the show means I just wanna grow out of my veins. You take that. Why can't I move? The master of illusion. God damn it, my roommate is toking up again and I'm about ready to pound on their door till they share it. I think that's fair. I think you should be like, hey man, either you fucking share that shit, or quit it. That's what I do, at least. Take you up on second, like what? That's valid. Chicken toggle. What? The synthesis pointers. Okay. I realized I kind of fucked up because I should have done that with the item as well, but that's okay. You're all I can think of every time I drink of. I'm soda pop, I'm soda pop. K-pop rotting the people's brains. Hey man, if my culture be rotten brains, that's just how it gotta be, and that's what we gotta accept. You know? Chicken. That's right. Body. Damn, so abrupt. Okay. You can toggle on. Okay, so. Okay. Cool. So now if chicken toggle. Cool. And now if want to do item toggle. Item toggle. This is 100. I wonder if this can do the same. Chicken devil. Cool. And now I'm just going to move this. Same that I've moved it for all of them. Item toggle. Item toggle. Like there. Like here. Like here. No, item toggle. Chicken toggle. So now that's all squared off. Chicken's good. Outfit and hat aren't done yet though. And now that his arms are all good now, I need to modify his normal arms. Quag. Quag. Alright. And then let's get the arms fixed. So all of these guys. I still have to do his tail too. Okay, that's fine. Wait, a little bit more in. There we go. Now it looks awfully flat. Which means I think this has got to come out, I think. Alright, how about that? I think that's fine. And then this one. Oops. I guess this one go this way. think that's fine. I don't think the other one has too much. And and then go this way, and then I just gotta fix it. I think this should come in a little bit more. And then to multiply this one, website. Okay. Um. Yeah. And seems like first, okay. Okay, just small edits. This one, this one. Stop it. Even the wellness check. This one to this one. That's a good marker, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Alright. I wonder if I need to make his arms bigger. Need more proportion. Maybe it's fine. Mukiko? Mukiko? Yukiko. Okay. What else are we forgetting? Our arms are good now. Head's good. Now we do the hat. Yeah, let's do the hat. Wish I had a reference, it'd be easier that way, but it's okay. This is a bit extreme, but we can dial it back later, I think. This needs to go 6. Oh. Let me bring in that hat. BLT hats. I quite like this one. PlayStation. It's not. What? Copy. Remove. Paste. Huh? All the same. Oh, okay, there. Move this over just a little bit. It's gotta be like right there. I lied, it's be right here. Okay. Actually, I think it's just this one that I need to move, actually. Oh, it's not supposed to be the explanation. Okay. I'm guessing that things didn't stay. I gotta redo them. That is curious because I don't know if I want to do this way. That'd be a lot of morphing. We could try it at the very least. Yeah, maybe not that extreme. I think that's good. Like that. Yeah. Like this. Did that make sense? Nope. Okay. Actually. Oh. I don't feel like that's right either. I don't really like the way this is going. How's that? Like the sources from. Alright, there you go. Alright, BLT, we gotta make the hat turn. Which I don't know how to feel about. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have him be so extreme when he turns. I could fix that. His face. And resynthesize his face. And his birthmarks again. Okie Why does his right eye move so much? Oops. Huh. I think I made this eye go a little bit too far. I have to resynthesize this eye though. Cool. Sept this. I think this needs to suggest a little bit. Yeah. The little Ohoge doesn't have any. Oh, that's because I'm moving it now. I think I need a fix. It's fine. It's a little bit less. No. Just like a little bit. What do I recognize this song from? Oh, it's from Rick and Morty. That makes sense. Oops. It's a birthmark. Oops. Oops. You. So that one. Oh, I'm stupid. I don't want to. Thank you for checking out Enshrined. Okay, wait, if I put the hat on now. That's valid, it's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe a little stretched out. Yeah, that makes sense. Right next to you. Synthesize corners, okay. Think that looks okay? Not really. Okay, what the fuck? Where's this broken? Okay, let's do up and down first. Up. Up. Down. Step this portion. Comes back up. And this portion. Wait, did I just stretch it up? I did, okay. Goes down. Actually, no, I'm doing this wrong. Up. And down. How much do you know about Genshin? Nothing. I only know like a little bit about Genshin. Like, it has dragon femboys, I think? Dragon femboy is all you need to know about Genshin. Got it. Good. Sounds good. They're adding a dragon boy in the newest version. Very interesting. I hope people will like them. Too bad all I have. But I was self-ban on gotchas. Yeah, that's valid. Honestly, it's just better on you. Save money that way. Honestly, if you think about it. Okay, that's okay. But if it attracts you, I'm not super interested in femboys. I like like semi-muscular dad bod people. Oh, my favorite. Okay, I have a hat. Hopefully we'll look good. Alright. Save. With the tail, we can do the tail next. Oops. Do the tail. We have a cowgirl in there. Very cool. What she do? What she do be doing? In time, I only have so much space to put. She's like Batman. She's a luchador by night. I think you'd like Bleach Men. Bleach Men are okay. I don't really like the art style of Bleach, though. Go desires. Go desires. Something don't feel right. Look at me that way. Alright, this. Me. Stream. vtuber bridal. It was in 23, wasn't it? Final scaled. Oh, here they are. Oh, too many uploads. Shit. Where did it stop? Viewers, yeah. Margot to meal. Huh? Oh, is this one? Okay. Acting kind of crazy. The tail doesn't really move left and right a lot, or up and down a lot. But meow. Oh, it's hard to see you when I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to see you when I wish you were right. You will never feel bad. You should come here. Geez, I went from 15 tabs open to now having 7. Yeah, that happens when you have one of you kids open. It has a lot of stuff. A lot of kids. And researches a lot too. And mouth open. off it goes. Oop. Oh wait, no, it's body X, isn't it? Most of the socials had different streams. I still have you, me, Hero, and that Spooky Illustrator open. Understandable. His head's a lot less squishy. Your head's a lot less squishy, BLT, than I was hoping it would be. I think that's okay. Did you make a new thumbnail for V-Stars? I will. I haven't yet. Oh wait, no, this one has to go down. This one has to go up. Yeah. There we go. Spooky. Yeah, they have a spooky artist open. Hail done. Outfit left. Okay. Oh, I already had it. X. This should be 6. 6. What to say? Can we do flight motion? Where do you want me then? Want me then? Since there's corners, okay. I kinda like that his booty sticks out. Yeah. I think it's all okay. So I can't move up and down normally because of it. E? Okay, that's fine. Open. Let's do 50, 25. Okay. Yeah. It's a face. You know, like the way the face turned. Feels like a little bit. Oh. Got it. Yeah. Oops. Okay, and now set. Why is you for the wellness check? Oh man, I gotta fix that too. Okay, that's fine. Honey. Can we do this one but shorter? I don't know if this will help, but we're gonna try. There you go. Alright. So tedious. I was really hoping it would just work, but it didn't want to, but that's okay. The worst part. Hog. Elaine, do you have a favorite cozy game? Minecraft. Minecraft. Can I get approved for the clip I picked? I wrote the intro on it, but it's flexible if you want to do it. Oops. This works. This works. Yeah, no, that works. Let me... I might redo BLT. I don't know how I feel about this. I might redo it. Because I like it, but I don't like it enough. I should pay at the time. Save. You'll be dead or alive. Please hold. I'm sitting up right on the wall. Be nervous. 100,000 hours. I would prefer to do it this way, okay. Just need to find a PNG of them. Scrolling. Sure, we'll use this one. Ooh. Romance. Let's see. And blur. Oh, did not save. Save. Close. Download. this one. Oops. Do tab. That one. That one. This one. This one. This one. Who's the trickster? Everybody wants to be a sister's Mr. Papa. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Oh, this is intro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we need 2 more. I like this one. I also have the clips as TikToks and YouTube search. You've already want no. I do not want things that are already vertical because there's a likely chance they don't crop them the way I crop them, and they might have subtitles already on it, and then that's and then I die. And then I die. I like the raw footage. Give me the raw Twitch footage. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I've had to do it sometimes with the shorts, and it's hard because I then have to like zoom it in and crop it, and that makes it sometimes really blurry and pixelated, and then I get sad. Boy, I can't hear you. Change cover, cover image. There you go. Nothing you'll regret. Oh, alright, what do I want to do now? I think I want to re-rig BLT. I think that's what I want to do. I think I want to re-rig him. Because I don't like how I rigged him. I was proud of him. And then things got complicated. And now I just want to redo it. So that's what I'm going to do. Open BLT. BLT version 4. BLT. That's right, I have to fix that too. Actually, I think it's fine. I'll just merge them. Preview. You have a fun Halo fact you might enjoy. What is this fun Halo fact? Fun Halo fun fact. Night. Zilla is done, Pog. What is this fun fact? What was wrong with ears? I forgot. Left ears. Oh, that's right. I did the ears differently because yeah. The ODST training center is located in United. That's very interesting. The part that takes the longest is the reaches, so I can knock it out after I get done. That's valid. That's valid. That makes a lot of sense to me. But that's really cool, Vex. I didn't know that. BLT 4.2. Along with their armor and M6C SOCOM pistols being oh, that makes sense that their armor would be producer, honestly. Now that I have a few lined up, I can spend the day researching, then pump them out. That sounds great to me. I'm just gonna get VLT break, and then I'll probably record the rest of the scripts after stream. I'm not tired, but there are some things I want to do off stream, I think. There's nothing left for me. Mini hot dog. Down, one more round. Leave it. Yeah. An outfit have that one? It did. Ooh. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. I should have, now that I think about it. Just boop, boop. I'm gonna recopy this whole thing. And then redo this one. Huh? Huh. Well, I do want to bind them, so I guess I'll just take this one. Okay, that's so weird. Item. Chicken is fine. Hat is fine. The hat. No. Hat. Chimkim is fine. Okay. Yes. I think this makes sense, but I'm not completely sure. Sugar. Happy. I forgot if I erased the square that was on here. Yep. Foot. And this goes in here. There we go. And this part. It's normally flat, so. Whoa. Outside. Underbelly, and then outline. And then connect it like this here. Underbelly, create. Oh, that's good. Now the arm. Give them the chance. Yep. And the arm shadow is fine. And flip horizontally. And then check. Arm. Yep. These two. Oops. Yep. Let's see, this is arm. Right. Create. References. Create. This one. I don't care for the 6-7 meme. I don't know a lot about it. What does it even mean? Erase this guy, paste it. Okay. Wait. Okay. Wait. 6-7, it meant nothing. I don't know, nor would I feel like it comes from that one alien movie. I don't really know. The secret place. Head, face. Okay, none of these really had anything. Okay, cool. Okay, so these ones. What on you? Create what? This is the mouth. Create. This is the head. Create. I think it reference to a song, but it means nothing. The reaction is the meme more than the numbers. Oh, do you plan to do another 10 hours today? Probably not. Probably not. I just want to get like BLT all squared away, and then I'll probably call it for the day. It's not. Dang it. Much easier if these were all the same. So I'm going to do that. Oops. Connect. Sing it to me. Live on me, living dead girl. Go. Horizontally. Get to me. On this living dead girl. Let's just turn these all on at this point. Head, boop, boop, boop. If you want to ask for ice cream for the freezer, no problem. Paste. Okay. Horizontally, yep. Body shading, yep. Horizontal, yep. Living dead girl. Did I ask if you got your nap on today? I did not get my nap on today. I slept in today a bit. Or I got an appropriate amount of sleep today, so I did not feel it was necessary for me to nap. I will nap like maybe tomorrow though, because I have therapy and it makes me get up early, and I don't like being up early. Foot right. I've learned I also have to be in the right mood for it, because sometimes when I'm just working, I just want to work, you know? Okay. Sentence. Body, recommend body. Recommend body outline. Going to go slow. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god, hello, Bill! Hi, my wife. Are you done streaming for today? Thank you so much for the 4-month subby. I really appreciate it. Mwah. Of course, they're for your benefit prayers if you don't feel like you need them at all. Power to you, valid. I did. How was stream? Did you have a good stream? Hope I had a good stream. Is the rest of this because of the ear stuff? Just as champion. I made Peach's new PNG and I saw the shrimp. I tried the radioactive shrimp from Walmart. I like that one. Pale shadow. Oh. There you go. I haven't done those ones yet either. Look at little milk beads! Yeah! It's all my little milk beads! Head. I really did it. I cry. Fine. Head. Talking soda. Get off the sofa. I don't think I need these. I think I can just keep it with what I have and then he'll be okay. Especially if I... Actually... This one. Hello, old BLT. I forgot, you don't have blush anymore. I should give you that. Head. Yeah, that's what I thought. Boop, boop. Hopefully. Nah. Okay. I will do the head after. What's good? Foot right is good, I think. Oh, nope. But the feet. The feet. Feet base. This one. Foot right. Horizontally. I think that's better. Beep, 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 beep. It is not better. Hmm? Oops. Okay, maybe this will work. I feel like it won't though. It does cut a little bit of it off. Unless I modified this bottom half. Which would be the response that I need to be having. Kind of. I figure out where realign this, but I don't think it really wants to. I like that. I think that's fine. Your other foot. Ooh, that's why we didn't do it like that, I see. Okay, well, little modifications go a long way. We should redo that. Cancel, yes. Okay, I'll do that off stream. I'm gonna go hang out and look at things off stream. I will finish my scripts as well off stream too. But for now, we're gonna go raid heroic. Heroic doing stuff. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for more video editing, art, and probably whatever else I can fit into the day. But I love you guys so much. Thank you again for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys next time. Goodbye. The last one in a half an hour. No sweat, Kiwi. Worst case scenario, I record them in the morning. But I'll at least record the V-Stars once tonight. So, good night. Good night. What? The bonkus? Rainer with the bonkus. Oh my goodness. Good night. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out with me. I forgot to change the raid message, but we'll change it for next time. I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful Monday. Mwah. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.